now we are live with another edition of Inside BBI. It's an inside joke with John and Eric. I'm John McDevitt, and with me, as always, senior editor of Big Blue Interactive, Mr. Eric Kennedy. And Eric,
nice to be frozen.
You are frozen, kind of like the Giants are in their quarterback search.
And just apparently. Like in the quarterback search. There we go.
So here we are. It is the official day of free agency, although that technically doesn't begin to 4 o'clock. So nothing is finalized. Guys can change their mind. They could go somewhere else. A lot of stuff can happen. Failed physicals can happen, all that good stuff. So let's before we recap what the Giants have done, Eric, let's talk about what they haven't done, because that is the big elephant in the room, so to speak. The quarterback piece, which started slow on free agency. For those of you who watched, we did the live show on Monday. Thank you for sticking with us. A lot of you, we had over 1,600 views of it. We were on for 5 hours, so it was a long day. But the quarterback thing took a little while. Sam Darnold was the big domino to fall. Justin Fields then went to the Jets. But the biggest question mark, really, is Pittsburgh, the Giants, so Pittsburgh Steelers, New York Giants, and the Minnesota Vikings. Those three teams right now seem to be kind of, and the Vikings fell into that group when Daniel Jones signed with the Colts. So where are we in your mind and what you've heard, if you've heard anything kind of offline, where are we in the quarterback search? Because I'm still not buying that Rodgers is definitely going to the Steelers.
Oh, I don't know about that. And we are live, right? Because I see.
As far as I know, we are live.
So Neil and Will, can you hear us? Because I just want to make sure we're live, because we were having some technical difficulties when we were signing in. So if someone can let us know if you can hear us, that would be great.
I'm saying that, so don't use me as the confirmation. I was saying that to somebody else. So I'm gonna look.
Yeah, we're live.
We're live. All good. Perfect.
Thank you, guys. All right. So I do want to spend a lot of time on what they've done, but let's talk about the quarterback. And the quarterback could be announced when we're on, if you believe people like Jordan and others who think it might be announced on the McAfee show. So what are they going to do at quarterback? It's the big question. I think we're all kind of thinking right now that he's probably going to Pittsburgh. You don't think so?
Well, I'm not saying I don't necessarily. I'm not buying that it's this done deal yet. The only thing that we've heard is everybody else speculating. You've heard nothing from him, and even Pat McAfee earlier today says he hasn't been able to get a hold of him, so he doesn't. He doesn't know either. He did
retweet the thing,
but he retweeted something from 2021.
Yeah.
And then he later said, I haven't actually been able to get a hold of him.
And Slick Rick has not been batting 100% this offseason. So they're, whether he's legit or not, or has some inside info or not, and then just plays himself off to be a bigger asshat than he is, we don't know. So what I am shocked about is that it's taking this long. I thought all these quarterback dominoes would have fallen within the first hour of the start of free agency. And here we're on day 3, and we still don't know who the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Giants will be. So I'm very surprised by this. I thought this would be resolved by now. That's why I kind of want to focus on what they've done. But the rehash, what we're running into right now is the problem that we've talked all along. If they don't get a viable starting quarterback, Dable and Shane are on the hot seat. They may do something stupid during the draft. So that's kind of where we're at. And if the Titans aren't not willing to listen to trade deals for Ward, you're talking about hoping Shedeur Sanders falls to 3 past the Cleveland Browns. And do you want Shedeur Sanders, or do you want to maneuver to try to get Dart? And I know he's the new shiny object, but there's a lot of question marks about Dart. I had to laugh a little bit with Cy yesterday being on with John Schmelk with Giants.com and Emory Hunt. They were talking about whether Milroe might go ahead of Dart. So, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it shows you that Dart's not this savior either. He's got legitimate question marks given the system he's coming out of in college, his ability to throw down the field, willingness to throw down the field, and efficiency in doing that. So I think everybody's right now my gut tells me right now, I still have this funny feeling we're going to end up with Shedeur Sanders right now, for better or worse. And I think there are a lot of people. I think the pendulum swung way too far the other direction on Shedeur. Whether he's going to be a good quarterback or not, I don't know. But I think everybody is nitpicking his game to the point where it's getting a little bit ridiculous right now. He is a good quarterback. Whether he can be a really good NFL starter, we don't know that yet. But you don't know that about any of these guys. But right now, I'm getting this gut feeling that the Titans are going to take Ward. I don't know what Cleveland's going to do, and then the Giants are going to have to decide: do they want to take the leftovers from Hunter/Carter, or do they take Shedeur at that point? So that's what I'm doing.
Well, the problem with Cleveland is twofold. We don't know what they're going to do in terms of, are they going to go quarterback? They did just make a trade and they got Kenny Pickett to come over, so he could bridge the fact that Watson's not going to be able to play. But that's not a long-term answer, and I don't think they look at Watson as a long-term answer. So they could be going quarterback, like you just said. But what happens if they don't go quarterback, and they trade out? They trade to somebody who does, a New York Jets,
Yes.
a Las Vegas Raider team, even though they've got Geno Smith. That's basically a 2-year guy. And I don't know that the Raiders are going to be dumb enough to tie everything with Smith going, we're fine for the next, 3-4 years. I think Tom Brady knows you get a guy in the wing. They had Tom Bledsoe, or they had Bledsoe when they got Brady, and he was the guy behind her. So he knows you can have a guy, and if he gets hurt, who's going to take his place? I don't think it's going to be Aiden O'Connell. They already got rid of Gardner Minshew. So there's a team at play there. And also, you just don't know anybody else kind of back there. Like, who else might come up, and that changes everything. So the Giants.
But I'm not trading up for Shedeur. I mean,
no. My point is, you can't count on 1, 2.
No, you can't.
That Sanders will actually make it to 3. He might not. Now you're screwed.
See, if they
don't you dare say the goddamn Colts game.
No. I'm not doing that anymore. Everyone knows how I feel about that. If you knew that the Ward and Shedeur where they were going, then this would be a little more comfortable situation. But it's exactly what you're talking about. And if Dable wasn't on the hot seat like he is, you could make a strong argument that they may still kind of do this. It depends on what Mara's feeling is here. But if this breaks the wrong way, it's not a bad deal in the long term to end up with a Carter and then punt on the quarterback until next year and just go with a lower round draft pick plus a veteran and just know that you're not going to have a good season. But I don't think Dable can afford to do that. But Dable may not have a say in this. And Dable may be neutered too. He may feel like the scapegoat. So long story short is this train wreck that we all saw coming is still coming right at the Giants. So there's nothing that is preventing this train wreck coming to them. What did we say before free agency started? If the Giants get the free agency and they don't have their quarterback, their Aaron Rodgers or their Matthew Stafford or whatever, then other teams know the Giants have the Giants over a barrel on the quarterback thing. So the Titans can sit back and say, how desperate are you, New York? Say the Titans really don't want Ward. If I'm them, I just sit back and just let the Giants sweat. And I wait until they're on the clock on draft day and see if the Giants are going to buckle. And if they don't, then the Titans take who they wanted anyway, be it Carter, Hunter, Ward, whoever they want to do. But that's the problem.
Again, before we switch over to what they've done, because this does determine a lot, because really whatever happens here might make what we've done already seem like we did things out of order. If we end up with no quarterback, you went and did a lot of stuff that really only benefits you if you actually have a team that can go anywhere. If you can't score any points, I don't care how well your defense looks, those guys are going to get pissed. You're going to end up losing some of those other players. So for the moment, though, one thing I want to ask you.
I don't look too good frozen like that.
You just look like you're in total disbelief of anything I'm saying.
That's why we don't have a quarterback face.
So my question is this: and let's phrase it in that I'm going to ask you, if you were making the decision right now, forget everything that's already happened, but I'm talking about right now with the guys that we have. You've got Rodgers, that you're interested in. That's your main target. Your next one, as far as we've heard, we don't know this to be true, is Wilson. How long?
We have no idea that's true.
Let's
We have
let's
no
use the
idea.
assumption that it is, though. How long do you wait on Rodgers before you just go screw it and I'll offer Wilson whatever he needs to get him in here?
At the God Almighty, stop with these frozen things. I'm gonna have to have a good face all the time now. I don't see any reason now. Before I did, now I see no reason why to rush this, because where's Wilson going to sign? Wilson doesn't have any. So Wilson's going to go back to Pittsburgh, or he's going to come here if the Giants want him.
Is he? Because Tennessee supposedly possibility as a backup for him as well.
I'm just not that big a fan of Wilson.
I'm not either, but we don't have anybody, so that's why
I know. But is Wilson really that much better than getting like Jameis Winston or Marcus Mariota or Wentz? I mean,
yes.
Is he?
Yes, yes, all of those.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big fan of
Winston. Winston brings. I don't care what a lot of other people say, and I'm sorry, I'm not being rude about it. I'm just saying, for me personally, Winston brings a whole level of bullshit that you just. He's a jokester. He does foolish things. He says stupid ass stuff, and on a team that needs leadership, I don't care that you're liked in the locker room. That's not the same thing. Odell Beckham was loved in the locker room. That dude was a big problem towards the end of his time with the Giants. So I don't necessarily want a Winston. I'd rather have a more conservative Marcus Mariota, and we just kind of do a lot of RPO stuff. The other rumor that's out there that keeps popping up over and over again is if the Giants fail with both Rodgers and Wilson, again, we don't know that Wilson's even there, but that's what everybody assumes, that Joe Flacco suddenly becomes an interest in the Giants.
Oh, God. I mean, come on.
Again, can we get any more immodal?
We're in the same division as the world champions. We're in the same division with another team that was in the NFC Championship game. I don't see any of these guys moving the needle at this point. So to me, it's kind of like this. The Giants are getting very close to the point. If Rodgers goes someplace, the Giants are getting very close to the point where I'm playing the rookie I draft immediately.
Oh, sure.
So what difference does the vet make at this point to me? I mean, again, if we were in a weaker division, maybe, but I mean, is Joe Flacco going to get us the 3-3 in the division? I don't see that. I mean, maybe the best thing we can hope is the Cowboys fall completely apart and we get 2 wins against them. But right now, given who we're playing and given the schedule, I'm almost leaning right now is just focus on the draft, get the young guy, and then play the young guy immediately, unless he completely can't handle it. And then you, like you said, maybe you get a Flacco or a Mariota or a Wentz or somebody, just until you do the Kurt Warner thing. You wait till you're 5-4 again, and then make the switch at that point. But to me, it's like, what's the point of? I mean, Joe Flacco comes in here. I mean,
just so we're clear, Joe Flacco has played in the last 2 years, Cleveland, Indianapolis, 13 total games, 25 touchdown passes. The Giants have thrown 30 touchdown passes as a team over the last 2 years.
I know, but we know what Joe Flacco is.
I understand, but
we're already people still on social media who are contending that Daniel Jones is going to be an all-pro.
But we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel. I mean, I don't know how. I want guys who throw touchdown passes, but who also aren't going to upset someone who's going to work well with a young quarterback, and he probably would. I don't want him because he's extremely immobile. I mean, that's the last thing that our team needs is an immobile quarterback. But again, he started 6 games last year for a shitty Colts team, and he threw 12 touchdown passes.
Yeah, and Neil, who doesn't? Who does? Anyways, John, again, you could throw at this point. All right, first of all, let's back up. We don't know if Rodgers is signing with Pittsburgh. We're assuming he's signing with Pittsburgh. We may learn from one of our many people listening that just says breaking news. They may tell us while we're talking that he's going to Pittsburgh. If he does come to the Giants, this is all moot. If he does sign with Pittsburgh, Russell Wilson seems like an obvious pivot but I'm not getting excited over that. I'm not. I could kind of get a little bit excited about Aaron Rodgers, but I'm not getting real excited about Russell Wilson. I don't. We'll see. Maybe I'm really wrong about this.
Well, no, I agree with you on not being excited about him, but I do think he's the next top tier option that you have. I don't think he's what he used to be, but I think he can survive in a Dayball offense. He could be more of a Kurt Warner Giants representation than I think if you start going Mariota, we know what he is. He's basically Daniel Jones. He is. I mean, if you look at he doesn't throw a lot of touchdown passes. He's nothing like he was in college, but he brings a little mobility. He's had a few years now where he hasn't played a lot, so he hasn't taken the pounding. So you've got that guy. I just think once you start going down that road, I mean, honestly, I would be less than shocked if we miss out on the two guys that everybody thinks we're trying to get and we pivot to Mac Jones. That with Dayball's connection, that makes sense if he goes that route.
All right, now let's get out of our skin and let's put ourselves within the skin of Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen. So let's stop thinking what you and I would do. So they tried to get Matthew Stafford. They swung and they missed.
Yep.
They're trying to get Aaron Rodgers. They may swing and miss here. So if you're operating in their heads, what is your next plan? Where are you going? What are you trying to do at this point? Because it seems like they're trying to get, based on what they did with plan A and plan B, they want the veteran who will start the season. So if we're going veteran who start the season, it's probably Russell Wilson. It's probably. He's like you said, he's the next. I wouldn't use the word top tier. He was top tier at one point.
Top tier of the options that are left.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I don't know who else. I mean, like I did a poll on I did a poll on Twitter just an hour or so ago, and I couldn't only put 4 options, so I couldn't put other people down like Mac Jones, who I wanted to put, and Wentz down there. But you're talking about Wentz, Jones, Minshew, Jameis Winston. Who am I forgetting here? I can't even remember who I put down. Yeah. But it's not like a murderer's row here.
Well, no, and some of the options that were at the bottom are already out. Garoppolo re-signed.
Mariota was another one. Is there any of that group that you would be willing to wager, you personally, that might be better than Russell Wilson, given where they are in their careers? I mean, considering it, depending on what the Giants want to do with the football at the quarterback, if they want to get down the field more, if that's the answer of what you're trying to do, then I think you do move a Flacco in who still has a big time arm. Other than that, I don't know. None of those other guys are great passers anymore. Wentz, you don't know really. He hasn't done anything in a long time. I think he could be a reclamation project for somebody, but at the same time, he could absolutely be shot. He does not seem to be the guy he was before he got injured in Philadelphia and then got moved around. Yeah. The only other option out there that I think is something to consider, and I did say this before, and I was saying it in general, not necessarily about the Giants. I do expect that there's a big trade still to happen somewhere. And my sense keeps taking me back to the 49ers. I don't know what they're doing right now, but clearly they are revamping their entire salary structure. They're getting rid of players. They want to get rid of Brandon Ayuk. They've got Purdy up for a big time deal, and he wants $50 million a year, and they're balking at that. If you're going to trade a Purdy, this would be the time to do it while you still have him on the rookie contract, where another team would want to take him on board, but then they've got to give him the big deal. And but do you want to give Purdy $50 million a year? I don't want to do that.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold your horses. Okay. I did not say I want them to do that. I am saying that is a possibility.
No.
Because what do you mean no? You don't.
No, it is a possibility. But
exactly.
If we give Purdy $50 million a year,
that's not what I'm saying. Again, you're arguing against the wrong thing.
All right.
You said, what would Dayball and Schoen do in a desperate team with a young quarterback who might be available via trade? I'm thinking that's possible. I also think the Kyler Murray one was possible. If the Cardinals were willing to trade him, the Giants can't say no to that if you have nothing else. That dude is better than any quarterback we've had in the last few years. That's how bad we are. But we can't say no. We know that Dayball and Schoen have to win. So I have a question for you, and then we'll move right into what they've done so far. Exactly. I don't agree with it. I'm not saying it's a good idea.
No,
I'm saying it's
again,
a
I wasn't arguing against you, John. I was having a visceral reaction.
Oh,
to the
I know.
idea.
I get it. I get it. I'm just, and I'm not. I want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not stating.
I know, I know, but I don't want you to think that I was
But
jumping down your
but
throat.
here's no, that's fine. I'm a big boy. Here's the here's I'm a little numb.
Yeah.
Here's the question I have for you. We've heard this over and over and over again since the season ended and the decision was made to bring back Shane and Dayball. The process, the process, the process, the process. Based on what you have seen so far, and we're just talking quarterback before we shift to what they've done. What is that process then? What did they sell the process and the plan on? It seems to me it was we've got to get a veteran quarterback. And you and I both pointed out the word trade was used instantly in that first conference right after the season ended.
Well, we know because of plan A and plan B that seems to have been their plan. So when they sat down with Mara, they said, our immediate goal is to get a veteran in here. Now, what's going to be interesting is what is John Mara doing right now when he comes into Joe Shane's office and is asking for an update about where are we at? What was his reaction when they found out that the Giants met the Rams' demands on trade compensation and they met Matthew Stafford's demands on salary, and then they found out he's still not coming here. So that was not a good moment for them because they went all in. And so if you go all in and the answer is no, that's got to become somewhat deflating. So, okay, we didn't get that. We've got a plan B. Plan B is we're going to make a big push for Aaron Rodgers. And immediately, we didn't all think that he was going to have much competition. Remember, at the very, very beginning, it was kind of like, well, where's Aaron Rodgers going to go? And then it started, well, this team may be interested, and that team may be interested, and this team may be interested. And then we were thinking, but yeah, he might still come to the Giants. Pittsburgh wasn't supposedly in that mix, and then they came out of nowhere, and now it looks like he's going to Pittsburgh. That's the prevailing mood, whether he does that or not. Only Aaron Rodgers knows what he's going to do. But again, imagine being Mara going into the office and going, well, this is going on day 3 now. What's going on with Aaron? What's taking so long? And if the answer again is rejection, what is starting to go through Mara's head? You guys told me you had a plan. The plan's falling through. So this gets back to what you're just asking. They had this plan, this process about this is how we're going to do it. And now we're starting to talk about guys like Jameis Winston, so that can't be good, right? If you're John Mara,
I totally agree. The one thing that could, and I guess I'm curious if anybody else has any thoughts on this. The Jets have not released him yet. They've told him they're going to, but they haven't. They didn't. They have to wait till the league year starts because they want to do it as a post first June 1st release so that they can move the cap hit over 2 years.
That's 4:00 today, right?
That's 4:00 today.
4:00
so why?
today.
So if the Giants really want to, pardon where I am in the middle of the day and a beer in and some other stuff. If the Giants want to fuck the Steelers, then I would just trade with the Jets. I would work out compensation with the Jets and trade for them.
Yeah, well, that would be funny.
You know what I mean? Like totally like screw it. All right, we want the guy. You're not letting him go there. We already worked out. We'll give you money. We're gonna just trade for you. Sorry, you're with us.
I don't want to give up.
I understand that, but I mean, at some point, if that was your plan, though, right? That's what you just said. If that's your plan and that's what you sold it on, then you have to go all in on doing what you said.
God, wouldn't that be funny? Or not funny. Funny's not the right word. There I go. There's my look. There's my look about if it goes that direction. I don't know, John.
It's funny, but not ha.
Does anyone know? Again, I should know this, but I've never watched the show. I've only seen clips. When does this Pat McAfee show air today? When is that?
I thought it was noon to 3 or noon to 4. So
there's been a lot of speculation that he might come on there and announce his choice, which has vibes of, remember that LeBron fiasco years ago when he did that.
I've taken my talents to South Florida. Yeah. And by the way, I just one thing on that real quick. literally did. I had my radio show at the time, and I did a whole clip thing from our show about that. This guy did a, I'm going to do this because you leave in Cleveland. I'm going to do this special show announcement. Where did he do it? At a freaking Boys and Girls Club in Greenwich, Connecticut. One of the richest towns around. You left Cleveland, go all the way to Greenwich, Connecticut to host your little stupid show to say you're taking it to Miami. I hated that dude that day so much. Anyway,
it was bad. All right,
anyway.
let's talk about the good. You want to talk about the good stuff? I mean, that have happened, or you want to finish up on this? I don't care.
Well, I think to finish up, the reason I brought up, what the process plan is, because you would think, again, as we talked about the other day, right? If you take everything that the Giants do as a puzzle, you've got to have the puzzle what it's supposed to be. You don't just get a shit ton of pieces with no idea of if it actually forms an actual picture. And I feel like if you go and sign a bunch of guys, but you don't have a quarterback, what was your process with those guys? What was the purpose of that? Did you sell those guys on, well, if we don't get anybody, we're gonna draft a rookie, of which you can't control which rookie you get because you're at 3?
Yeah, well, I want to give the Giants a little bit of credit here. Look, they could have. I understand what you're saying, but if they'd not done anything in the first couple of days of free agency just to wait on this, I mean, again, we're in day 3 now. They wouldn't have been left with nobody. So
I agree.
I want to talk about what they've done, and we'll get into that. But I understand what you're saying, but they had to maneuver like they did have a quarterback. Or
agreed to a point, but I guess you choose the type of players you get based on the type of team you're going to have, and without a quarterback, you don't really know what team you have.
But all their signings have been almost all defense. So
also true.
So, and the ones that the only new guy they brought in offense was a swing tackle, which we all knew they kind of needed anyways. So I think the Giants did a lot of things, and we can get into this, but I think they did a lot of things so far in free agency that are very positive. I don't think they've panicked. I think they've invested mostly in young and up and coming players. There's one guy that's very intriguing to me that's not getting a lot of discussion about. We'll get into that. But you and I talked about when we did our free agent preview, the strength of free agency was on defense. They've overwhelmingly gone on defense, and I think they've done some interesting things here. I've seen complaints on X from people saying the Giants had 15 points a game and they have done nothing on offense in free agency other than bring back Slayton. And so that kind of addresses your point a little bit too about, they really haven't done that much on offense to affect what the quarterback situation is too.
Yeah, and that totally ruined my line of go live your truth somewhere else. It just, now he's back again. I feel like Darius Slayton is a good guy, good player, but he's a clear representation of what the Giants have been over the last X number of years. He kind of teases from time to time. He produces in seasons that don't really mean anything. It's not that I think he's bad. I think with another team, he's probably pretty good when they have other targets. But the problem is the Giants have always counted on him as being another guy. And right now, you would say it's Neighbors and it's Slayton. And by bringing Slayton back, you've pretty much said you're not counting on Hyatt.
Yeah, I think that too. Look, I was kind of on board with the idea that, look, there's no way Slayton's coming back, number one, because I didn't think he would want to come back. I think kind of like
also true.
Barkley, I thought he would want to go and play with the team with the real quarterback and show what he can do. However, when we did our free agent preview and we were discussing wide receivers, I said, looking at this free agent list of wide receivers, I said, Slayton's looking a lot better to me than he did before I looked at this list. And I don't know if you remember me saying that, but I said, I'm kind of leaning towards if there was a way to bring him back, I would bring him back. Now, I know people have been getting outraged about the 3-year, $36 million contract, but that's kind of what the other wide receivers in his range were getting. I mean, Jesse Palmer. I'm sorry, Jesse Palmer. There's a Freudian slip.
There we go.
Palmer got a similar deal. I think an almost identical deal. So I don't think I don't think that move is bad as as a lot of people do. I think the big issue with him is he's got to cut down on the drops. So, but he also hasn't really had a good quarterback while he's been here too. For a number 3 wide receiver, I think he's fine. I don't have a problem with that, especially if you didn't bring him back. Then you're talking about, again, like we talked about this before. Did you want to bring in like Stephon Diggs? And I would rather have Slayton back, I think, than bring in like a Stephon Diggs. So
here's an interesting, just to cut in. Sorry. I don't know much about this ML football thing on Twitter. They just posted 32 minutes ago, 4 times NFL MVP quarterback Aaron Rodgers has not ruled out retiring from the league after playing for 20 seasons.
Well, what count is that again? Because there's a couple of counts. There's one count that I saw you respond to last night. You were very busy on Twitter last night.
Thank you. I was.
But that one of the accounts that you responded to, I think, is a kind of a bogus account. They only have like 400 followers. And
I probably told them off though, didn't I? Was I telling them they were stupid? This one they have 333,000 followers.
And what did they said he may retire?
Yeah, he has not ruled out retiring. Now that sounds something like Rodgers would do. That sounds like what Rodgers would do, trying to see. I don't mean to turn away from what we were just talking about, but real quick on the Rodgers thing. I think if the Giants are going to sell the Rodgers thing, I think the only way you're going to do it, you can't sell him on potential like where I might win more, because the Steelers, even with an average quarterback, even with average rosters, I think over the last few years, they've consistently been in the playoff hunt. And if I'm a Rodgers, I'm thinking I might be the difference maker. They went and got DK Metcalf. That signals they're trying to make plays. They're trying to get some other stuff. I think they're missing a whole lot, by the way. I think we actually match up offensively just as well as they do. But there you go. So the difference to me is this. Basically, the Giants need to go in, and you're going to have to take off any incentive piece you put in for the money, and it's all got to be money. It can't be games played, as we talked about the other day, because the Giants control whether or not you play those games. So it would have to be games active if that's the route you want to go. But if I'm Rodgers, I don't even want that. I want X amount of dollars and X amount guaranteed. And if the Giants are sold on bringing them in, that's what you got to do.
Well, the problem for the Giants situation, and I think it was on Tiki's show they talked about it too. I may be mistaken about that, but it's a good point, is Rodgers. One of the reasons the Giants would be not attractive for Rodgers is this. If he goes to Pittsburgh, he's the guy. He's the quarterback. He's going to start every game as long as he's healthy. If he comes to the Giants and the Giants draft a quarterback in the first round, he knows at some point he may be sat down, like Kurt Warner was sat down, and Rodgers wouldn't want to be put in that situation. So let's take away all the other things about, does he want to play with Tomlin? Does he want to play with Dable? Does he want to play in Pittsburgh with a team that always goes to the playoffs, or a Giants team that has struggled to make the playoffs in 10 years? Just think about the thing about in Pittsburgh, he's guaranteed to be the starter the entire year, whereas in New York, depending on what they do in the draft, he's not. And do you, as an organization, do you really want to commit to telling Rodgers you're going to start all 17 games no matter what? I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. Say they did somehow get Ward at 3, he falls to them at 3. Do you want to tell Rodgers up front, there's no chance that Ward doesn't play this year? I'm not sure I would do that. And Rodgers is one of those guys that he feels like he's been lied to in the past by the Packers. The Packers told him they would do a certain thing, and that didn't sit well with him. Whether you agree with that or not, that's his personality. So I
agree with you. I suspect that, and people aren't going to like this, I suspect if the Giants get Rodgers, we're not taking a quarterback in the top 3.
We might not. We will go another
direction, get another quarterback a little bit later that'll play under him, and we tell him that up front. Because his big problem, you're right, his big problem was he kept asking the Packers to get playmakers early in the draft, and they didn't do it. They kept going like defense. They got some other things. And instead, when he wanted them to go a different direction, they went and got another quarterback.
Right.
And for him, the writing was on the wall. Then you're doing the same thing to me that you did with me with Favre. So
and they may tell him as part of the negotiations, we will not draft a quarterback if you come here. They may do that.
Certainly at the top. I think you're definitely drafting one regardless because you don't have anybody else.
Tommy DeVito.
The thing I would say about Pittsburgh, and then we get back to us, I don't understand Pittsburgh. I understand the fact that Rodgers might be the better of the two options between Wilson, but you already had Wilson last year. This idea that you actually offered this is where it sounds really stupid. You offered a contract to Fields instead of Wilson, but you started Wilson over Fields most of the season. I don't get that. I don't understand why they went that route. Fields clearly didn't agree with it either because he took off and went to the Jets. If you go get DK Metcalf, why would you bring a Rodgers in who has to learn your system, who has to learn all the players, when you can bring in a Russell Wilson back who was on your team already, so he knows the place, and a guy that you just added to your team has a connection with that quarterback? To me, that makes the most sense.
Because they don't like Russell Wilson. Because they don't like Russel Wilson. I mean,
then why did you start him over Fields, the guy you then offered a contract to?
I don't. Yeah, that's a really good question. But and we kind of did that too a little bit with Drew Lock and DeVito. It's like, why did you even keep DeVito on the roster if you weren't going to go back to him when the games were completely meaningless? But you're right. No, I agree with that. But their actions tell. I mean, you have to. There's no other assumption you can make that they feel Rodgers is infinitely better than Russell Wilson, or else why would they be doing this? Because Wilson would re-sign there, don't you think? Right now, if they,
I would think so, but I'm wondering if he thinks he's getting more money elsewhere. But your options are running out now. The weird wild card in all of this, and I did see a rumor saying that I keep wanting to call him Favre, that Rodgers is waiting to see if the Vikings will jump back in. I just don't see the reason why they would. You've got a guy you drafted. You had Jones, but you kind of let him go. You let Darnold go.
Why you're saying that the Vikings may jump back? I've seen the opposite. That they're.
I've heard that they might jump back in, and that's what Rodgers was hoping for. It was one of the beat writers that Rodgers might be.
Look, of all the destinations for a quarterback, Vikings are extremely attractive. Given the surrounding talent, the coaching staff, I mean, that would be a dream job for any quarterback out there that's looking to land anywhere. Vikings would be, if I was a quarterback, I'd want to land in that.
So you're right. I do now see the GM of the Vikings. We will not be signing quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I think the Vikings are out. So and that's what I've seen from all the national guys. Now, again, who knows? This thing could change, but I think the Vikings are out. It's a darn shame that Fields didn't stay with Pittsburgh, but because then Rodgers would have no other choice. He'd have to go. He'd have to come here. So,
unless Tennessee, because he does have a home in Tennessee.
Now, I do want to get back to a point that you raised that I hope people are digesting this because it's passed my mind too. If Rodgers does come here, the Giants may not draft a quarterback in the first round, and that would be particularly painful to a lot of fans if Carter goes 1, Hunter goes 2, and Ward and Shedeur are both there at 3, and we still don't draft one of those 2. And those who say there's no way in how that can happen, I'm not so sure. I would draft him. I would draft Ward at that point, and then I have got my quarterback of the future, and then I've got my quarterback of the present. But it wouldn't shock me if the Giants, because of Rodgers, don't do that, and they either trade down or take somebody else at that point, and that would be kind of painful. That would be, oh my God, what are we doing type of thing. Unless they're absolutely convinced that neither one of those guys are any good, and that goes on, and they go on to prove that. But I wouldn't put that past them. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what Tennessee does. And the Browns. I mean, because that's going to impact everything. So let's pivot. You want, or unless you want?
Well, I want to. Yeah, let's stick to what we had started to do just a minute ago, which was the team. I am shocked about the Darius Slayton thing. I didn't think they would do it. First off, I didn't think Slayton would do it. You mentioned something about Slayton not during his time not really have been playing with a top tier quarterback. I have an issue with that statement because the best stats that he's put up has been his connection with Daniel Jones. He had a couple along with Tyrod Taylor, but the problem is that was so intermittent, and Taylor, he gets hurt so often. You can't really say much to that. His best numbers were in 2019 with
it was Daniel
his
Jones'
rookie.
first
Both
year.
both of them rookie.
Yeah.
They're both rookie years.
Yeah.
He put up a lot of great stats in that season. He had a pretty decent 22, I would say. He was for a while. Other than that, though, this guy has been counted on. He drops a lot of passes. He's very limited overall as a receiver. He's a fine 3 if you have other players. But we're at the point now that I have a problem bringing guys back on things that just we haven't produced. Why do we care if he comes back? I didn't have a problem when we got rid of Saquon Barkley. I still don't have a problem. We just did it the wrong way. We should have traded him.
I just don't have a big problem bringing Slayton back, given the state of the market. There again, if you look at his age, his skill set, and
I'd rather a rookie.
If he wasn't a New York Giant, he would have been one of the guys I said, "Hey, we should go get Slayton." And I know what you're saying about
but it makes it
Daniel
really
Jones thing. But that is the problem with evaluating him. He's been stuck with Daniel Jones. So
it makes it really bad. It's a really bad indictment. I'm sorry. I did to you what I hate. I'm sorry. It's a really bad indictment of Hyatt. Now you've really that's a shot. That's another shot. That's a shot at Shane. Now you traded to get that guy. You traded up to get him, and this dude now you're basically saying we want to bring Darius Slayton back, who 2 different times we wanted to get rid of. This regime wanted to get rid of him in 22. Go back and look at it during the summer. He was about to go and he took a new deal to stay. In fact, I think he took less money to stay when they redid his deal.
Yeah.
So you've wanted to get rid of this guy twice. And now the guy that you traded up in the 3rd round thinking he was going to be this take the top off the defense kind of receiver, you're not even going to let him come in as the 3.
One of the reasons I'm curious to see Aaron Rodgers on this team was I want to see Darius Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson, Hyatt, all these guys with a real quarterback. That's one of the big reasons why I wanted to get a veteran in here, so we could just get a better read once and for all. I thought Barkley was going to have a great year in Philadelphia, and I said it on here, as long as he stayed healthy. And of course, he stays healthy. For the 3rd time in his career, he stays healthy. That's the one thing. If Ryan Dunleavy comes back on here again, I mean, that one thing that Ryan completely ignores is that most of the years that Saquon was in the league, he got hurt. So, but I'm also equally convinced that not at the same level. So don't get me wrong. I'm also convinced that if Slayton had gone someplace else and had played with a real quarterback, he would be a much better wide receiver. Again, he's got some of these drop issues, and I don't think he's ever going to get past that because we've seen enough of that's not going away. But I do think, and again, I went through the wide receivers, and they were all old guys that were at the end of their career, and you really didn't want them, especially on a team where the Giants were. Or they were guys that we certainly weren't going to get, like T. Higgins. There's nobody, and I didn't want to spend the money that Godwin got. So I was like, oh my God, there's no wide receivers in free agency. And that's why I said, you know what? Slayton's not, if Slayton was on another team, I would have it's the same argument I made with Daniel Jones. If Daniel Jones had been out there and not been a Giant, he'd be one of the guys we'd all be talking about right now. And again, people are going to say, no, we wouldn't. But that's how bad the quarterbacks are right now. So we'd be going, well, do we want a Marcus Mariota, or do we want to see if we can have a reclamation project in Daniel Jones or Mac Jones or one of these guys? I mean, that's how bad some of the markets are. So that's why I was glad that they've gone defense and free agency, because we talked it in our free agency preview. Wow, look at the defensive linemen. Wow, look at the corners. Wow, look at the safeties. And that's where the Giants have been smart. They've gotten young players, mostly young players, up and coming players, and I think they've handled free agency minus the quarterback, which they're trying, all right. So
before we switch sides of the ball, because I do want to do that. Just to finish with Slayton, rookie year, 8 touchdown receptions. Since that time, 3, 2, 2, 4, 2.
But Daniel Jones also can't throw touchdowns. So Daniel Jones throws a lot of touchdowns his rookie year, and then Daniel Jones stops throwing touchdowns to everybody else too.
But Daniel Jones didn't play a good portion of 23, and he still only had 4.
Right.
In 22, the year that we are having a winning record, 2.
Yeah, but remember who the quarterbacks are throwing.
I understand that, but that doesn't explain why Isaiah Hodgins had more touchdown receptions than Darius Slayton.
Right.
You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is it's fine, and I agree with your reasoning. But what I really think where I have a problem with it, and now leads to what we were about to talk about, the Giants focused on defense, right? In free agency so far.
Mm-hmm.
That has been the focus, which tells me, and you confirm or deny, that tells me the Giants' focus in the draft is probably going to be offense. More than
Maybe.
likely, with the number of picks, we're probably going to go heavier offensive players because you've loaded up on defense. You can't sign a bunch of free agents on defense, draft a bunch of players, because then you've basically ignored your offense.
Yeah, but would it be shock you if the Giants come out of the draft with Abdul Carter?
Yeah, but see, that's one player versus like 9 picks.
Well, we'll see. Well, let's finish up on offense real quick before we go to the defense.
So we don't really have anything else on offense.
Well, we do. They signed a swing tackle, so I think this guy's getting
he's getting shit on. He's getting shit on. He's getting shit on quite a bit.
Yeah, which I don't really understand. So Giants fans out there are like, goddamn Shane and Dable, they don't get a swing tackle. We have to rely on Izudu to be our swing tackle. This is roster mismanagement. What are we doing? So they go out there and they sign a swing tackle, and people are like, what are they doing? So they signed a swing tackle. Albert Breer, actually, before the draft, put Hudson as one of his guys that was a sneaky guy to sign in free agency because he was an up-and-coming guy coached up by Callahan, who's a really good offensive line coach in Cleveland. But he's the kind of guy that you're going to bring in as a reserve. You're not going to bring in a frontline starter to be a swing tackle because the frontline starter is not going to want to be a backup. So this is exactly the kind of guy you want to bring in. 25, 26-year-old kid who's getting better. He may not pan out, but he is the kind of guy that you would bring in if you wanted to take a swing for the fences too. So he's one guy that's been getting better. He's played both left and right tackle. He's actually played more left tackle, so he's done it. Now, people can say nitpick his game, but you weren't going to get again a frontline starter at this point. So it wouldn't shock me at some point if this guy develops into a decent player under Carmen Brasillo. So let's see. They did not bring him in to be a nobody because they did spend a decent amount of money on him. They spent $12 million on him, right? Wasn't it? It was 12.
So he's basically getting just under what Illuminor is getting.
Right. So let me bring up my list here because there's so many guys. All right. No. So I saw originally 12. I think it's 11. I saw another report that Aaron Wilson, who has the specific contract numbers, I think it can get up to 12, but it's an 2-year, $11 million contract. So, anyways, when we were looking at team needs on the offensive side, we were talking about quarterback. We talked about wide receiver especially because of the numbers, but they don't have a lot of guys under contract. Now bringing back Slayton, that makes that look better. And then we were talking about offensive line, right guard, the vacancy at right guard. But we all knew that we didn't want to go into another season where Josh Izudu was your swing tackle, and then you'd have to move Illuminor if something went wrong again. So they've addressed part of their – if this guy pans out, let me put it this way. If this guy pans out, tackle's not a need on this team right now. That doesn't mean if some amazing tackle's there, they wouldn't draft him. But you've got Andrew Thomas, Illuminor, and now him. You can only carry so many offensive linemen. So on paper – they've got their 3 tackles right now. They've got question mark at right guard right now. So because Van Roten's not,
which technically, I know a lot of people keep pointing to. I've noticed a number of posts saying they expect the Giants to sign a right guard. We were in on the Will Freeze thing, but he ultimately went to Minnesota.
And apparently we were really in on that. So which is interesting. So
I don't see why you would do that. The draft has a number of guys who guard-wise you could play. You still are going to move Neal with the expectation.
Hopefully.
Well, I mean, they said he's ultimately going to. Well, at least that was Jordan Renan reported that they're ultimately going to move him. It doesn't mean he's going to work out, which is why I have a real problem with people saying we should sign Becton. Why the hell would you sign Becton? You got that same guy in Neal. Now, yes, Becton worked out. Thank you. Had to get another beer. Becton worked out for the Eagles. But that doesn't mean that it would work, that it won't work out for Neal with the Giants. You don't go get Becton. By the way, it was a 1-year wonder with Becton. I need to see him make it through 2 seasons That guy is a big dude carrying a lot of weight on a body that's had a lot of injuries early on. I don't know that I'd go sign him and bring him trusting. I'd rather just try to kneel and hope for the best and then get another guard if that's not the case.
So we're under the impression that the Giants made a big push for Freeze, right?
That is what I've heard, yes.
And that's what we heard, right? That does not bode well for Evan Neal. Because if they had signed him or they signed somebody instead to a decent amount of chunk change, where's Evan Neal's role on this team at that point?
So he would be a backup if he plays that.
Great. I mean, Jesus Christ. So you drafted the seventh pick overall, and he's a backup guard now. I mean, Jesus Christ.
But I hear you. But here's my thing to that. What's the fucking difference? Like, he's already on the team. So
I'm just pissed.
But I know I get it, but you just don't pick up his 5th-year option. If he can, by the way, I don't want to risk just hoping he's going to be the starter. I really do want a guard that can start, and I want to move him to guard to be ready to go because we know somebody's going to get hurt. And if he can play and he gets in there, all of a sudden, maybe at the later in the year, the 1988 Giants offensive line ultimately became the Giants offensive line in 1990, but it did not start the 1988 season that way. In fact, it started with William Roberts was the left tackle. They had Eric Moore at one of the guard spots. Jumbo Elliott wasn't even starting. Jumbo Elliott moved into right tackle for one game against the Cowboys, gave up 4 sacks to Ed Too Tall Jones, and was back on the bench. It wasn't until later in the season, Elliott goes to left tackle, William Roberts goes to guard, and that changed everything. And Doug.
No, I know, but John, look.
But it's a sunk cost, is what I'm saying.
I get it, but if the Giants coaching staff had any confidence in Evan Neal right now, I don't think they're trying to spend big bucks on a right guard right now because right now what these moves are telling me right now is they're not counting on Evan Neal.
But why? See, I don't agree with that. Who's your right guard?
They're trying to get the right guard.
No. Time out. Based on what you just said, who's your right guard? You're just automatically we'll move Neal and he's the starting right guard. I don't want to do that. He hasn't started anywhere in a while. I can't just count on that.
Right.
So I want to get a guy. If I'm going to solidify my full offensive line, he becomes a very valuable backup for a year, and I don't have to pay him a lot because he's on his rookie deal. I'm not picking up his 5th-year option. I'm hoping he develops, and I can sub him in, and maybe I get him at a new deal next year if I like him at guard, and I get him at a guard.
Oh, he's not staying here. If
Probably not.
I would be more likely if he can't win a starting job this year. I'm shopping him, and I'm going with Kubis at that point.
Sure,
my backup.
I agree.
It's just I don't get that swing and the miss in the draft. Talk about. And I don't blame Shane so much on that. I just don't get. I don't get how a guy like that. And I know that there's no sure things in the draft, but my God, what a waste. So again, let's not.
The top of that draft has really affected this team overall because Thibodeau really isn't the guy yet that we thought he would be. He's a quality player, so I don't want anybody to get mad at me when I say that. But he's also, as far as I'm concerned, he's an almost guy. I've said this numerous times. He gets decent stats, but in losing season stats don't mean anything to me. He's had a couple of times where he can make the big play. Other people will point out the Ravens game. Fine, sure. But the Ravens also shit that game away, and they should have beaten us in that game. But he did. The Washington game's different. He owned that game. That was overall not just the one play where the sack fumble touchdown, but he was dominant in that game. The problem is you go long stretches where you don't see that.
Right.
And that's the thing that bothers me with him. Then you've got the swing and a miss with Neal. And then you got the swing and a miss with Neal. So that's really tough. I don't blame Shane because guys fail because they fail. Because Thibodeau was a highly ranked player. Neal, you can question the positional value at that point in the draft, but not the guy within the position because he was ranked as one of the best players at his position.
He was a sure thing. Neal was a sure thing. I say there all the time, there's no sure things, but he was as sure thing as there could be. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. So I want to focus on the defense. The offense, again, we know we spent a lot of time on quarterback, so we're
So what do you think we need still then besides quarterback
on offense? Yeah, that's what I want to do. So we know the quarterback. We're going to sign somebody as a veteran. We don't know who yet. So that's still when we've discussed that a lot. I think they got their wide receiver in free agency by re-signing Slayton. I would be a little bit surprised if they add another veteran, but they could. I guess a cheapie, maybe. Again, if Stephon Diggs wants to come here on a cheap deal, maybe. And the reason I'm bringing him up is because the connection with Dable. That's the only reason I keep bringing. But there's no wide receivers out there that stand out to me like bringing him. Now, if they do get Aaron Rodgers, and if they do. And had they gotten Matthew Stafford, you and I were talking, there were other veteran wide receivers that might come into play here, which could still theoretically come into play. What are we laughing at?
I'll show you.
What? What did I miss?
What did I miss?
What did I miss?
Man. Here, I have my answer. John, you missed.
What are you typing? Oh, yeah. So wide receiver, I think they're kind of done with until the draft, unless again they get some. I mean, who's the veteran that's still out there? Cup's
you talking about wide receivers?
Yeah, even
Cooper, I believe Amari Cooper is still out there.
No, I don't mean free agency in terms of even like possibly trade. I mean, but they're not going to go that route.
I mean, technically, T. Higgins is a tagged guy, but he could be.
No.
I'm telling you, don't say no to that if the Giants sign Rodgers. I still think they'll go big time after somebody else if they get. Yeah, Pat Halen's calling your phone.
Yes.
I think they'll go big time after somebody else if the fact that they get Rodgers. I do think, and thank you, Joe, for reminding me. I think if the Giants get Aaron Rodgers, I think they look to the 49ers for Brandon Ayuk. I think that's another possibility.
I saw you say that on Twitter last night.
I think that the Giants have two completely different tracks going at the same time. One is the now, one is the future. And the now is Daboll and Shane have to win games. And I know everybody hates that, but that's the way it is. And if they get Rodgers, and we don't know if they will, and it's leaning that they might not, but if they do, you've got to give him every possible weapon you can to take advantage of a very small window. And you're talking 1-2 years tops, and I think it's really one. You're talking 1 year. He's going to have the best that he's had in a while. All in, I'm going to give you all that I can do, but that's it. And I think the Giants will go after somebody like an Ayuk.
You know what Mrs. BBI asked me yesterday?
I love calling her Mrs. BBI.
Mrs. BBI. Mrs. BBI asked me yesterday while we were just walking, and she said, she wanted to know what was going on. And I said, you don't want to know what's going on. It's not good. I said, Rodgers is dicking us around. And she said, explain this to me. She said, if you sign Rodgers and he wins a lot of games, aren't you hurting yourself in getting the quarterback next year? And I said, that's very possible. That's very possible. You see what I'm saying? So if you didn't get your quarterback this year, it's what's been brought up on. What I'm saying is even someone who's not invested in this, and a casual observer, she's like, well, wait a minute. If you get a quarter, hang on, this gets back to your thing that they've got to win some games. But yes. She was thinking, if you get Rodgers and you got 8 wins, didn't you just take yourself out of the quarterback?
So I have an answer to that, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah.
Once you start winning, it makes it a whole lot easier to do what you want to do. Because you know what? Then the Giants could go trade for somebody. They could entice a free agent quarterback to want to come here. Why? Because you have a winning organization. Right now, we're looking to overpay a 41-year-old quarterback because we suck for the last X number of years. We don't have a choice. But if Aaron Rodgers were to come in, let's just play the shits and giggles game. He comes in and they win 10 games, right? Let's just, again, please don't, I'm not saying they will.
No.
If he did, how hard would that be to entice somebody else a little bit younger who might be coming a free agent? Or there might be a deal that opens up to a trade that says, hey, I want that guy. And that guy goes, you know what? They won 10 games last year. I want to go to that team. There are going to be a number of quarterbacks in the very near future that are going to be up for deals that those teams aren't going to want to do those deals. No matter how big the cap gets, there are some teams that don't want to spend that much money. Jacksonville, the Chargers, keep an eye on both those teams. I think Herbert and I think Lawrence are going to move on to somewhere else. I think at some point those guys are moving. So I don't really give a shit. You're going to draft the guy. If you draft,
he doesn't give a shit.
if you sign Aaron Rodgers, then I draft a guy in the 3rd or 4th round. I'm looking at a McCord. I'm looking at is it Show? I always pronounce his name wrong. I'm looking at
Shook, I think
but it's SCHOUGH, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I would look at those guys as or even who's the guy out of Minnesota? Is it Bosmer? Out of Minnesota. I'm getting a later round guy to try to develop them. Then I worry about next year. That's the thing where you were at. Now you could still get a Sanders or a Dart with a little bit of a trade down, get those guys and just put them behind Rodgers and say, you're not playing. Rodgers is playing until game 16 or 17. That's what the Chiefs did with Mahomes. Mahomes did not play until the final game of his rookie season.
Now I see John's reaction when the Giants trade up and take Sanders.
I will lose my shit.
All right, so let's finish up the offense. So offensive line, they are telling us by their actions, if we believe the reports, that they want to get a right guard.
So one second for that. One name that keeps coming up is Tevin Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
So that's somebody that I keep hearing that the Giants may have an interest in, is guard Tevin Jenkins.
Okay, so and you and I were kind of in agreement that the tight end market is crap. There's no tight ends out there, and we felt
unless Evan Ingram.
and we felt the oh, you know what? If they were going to go tight end, Evan Ingram's the most attractive guy probably out there right now. Of all the guys that are out there, he'd probably be the one again. That's like funny. I saw Justin Pugh on Twitter saying, "Bring back Will Hernandez." So let's bring the band back together here.
Well, I also saw someone say Kevin Zeitler. I'm like, they're not bringing back either one of those guys.
Let's bring the band back together.
Yeah. We're not talking about a good band. We're talking about like the 4th iteration of a band and bringing those guys back together.
Right. So I think in free agency, the only other big moves they will make the rest of free agency. This doesn't mean that they won't sign guys in 1-year minimum type deals. Joe Shane's MO for the last 3 years has been sign 1 or 2 guys to sign one guy to big money in free agency, maybe a second or third guy to like a 2-year contract with middling type money, like when they signed Nunez Roches. And then the rest of the guys are all 1-year contracts, easily expendable at the end of the year. And that's why the Giants cap situation isn't terrible. If they didn't screw up Daniel Jones, we would have been in great shape. The problem is they screwed up with Daniel Jones, but they're only really paying Andrew Thomas, Burns, and Lawrence. Those are the only ones that they're really paying.
Thomas Lawrence, and Burns, we can mess with their contracts and free up, I believe it's close to $40 million.
Right, and that's where the money is. But
Marcus Mariota has re-signed with Washington. So
that's another one.
He's off the table.
That's another one.
So we're playing running around. Everybody goes, and now it's time to sit in a chair, and we are running out of chairs.
We are. So I think if the Giants are going to, and to finish up my thought on that, so they did break this year because they spent, and we'll get to this in a sec, they spent big money on 2 defensive players and not an insignificant amount of money on a 3rd defensive player. But we'll get to that in a second. So they did break a little bit from their norm. So he's spending more than he did in free agency than he did the previous 3 years. I just want to finish. Want to finish this. But if they do spend money, still, it's got to be quarterback and right guard, right? I
would think so. Yes.
Big money. I'm talking about big money.
Big money. Yes, absolutely. Right.
So they're probably done with big money contracts other than those 2 positions on offense.
I agree.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Now you were going to say
no. I was going to. Do you still have the breaking news?
Yes.
Go ahead and play that.
I will get that up. Is there some breaking news other than?
It's not with the Giants though.
Oh, wait a minute.
It could actually be something for the Giants, depending on what we do. The Rams have officially announced they are going to release Cooper Kupp.
Well, that's the guy I was just.
He's going to be released
earlier. That's so what I was thinking of, and I'm glad you brought Ayuk up too. So the only way I see them do something other at wide receiver is the trade route or like Cup coming loose, something like that. So when somebody who's on a team who gets released, just like Cup, it makes so the market becomes better. Right now the market at wide receiver sucks, but now Cup's out there. He would be a good piece with a guy like Rodgers, right?
Or even Wilson. I would say even Wilson. Rodgers more though, because I think Wilson's more the move ball guy, the guy who can run around and then kind of throw it. Rodgers is more the quick pass. I'm going to get the guy open. You make a break. Because Cooper Kupp, I don't think there's a huge difference between Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford in how they approach the game. Rodgers is the no-look pass guy. Rodgers is a guy who throws quick off the line. Stafford is a no-look guy. He's a quick off the line. He wants to get the guy as he's coming out of his break. You know, Daniel Jones can wait till he actually went on break, and then he's going to So we now have a quarterback option with the Rodgers that we did that ahead of time. So yes, I think Cooper Kupp is certainly a guy to consider. I just think that he's probably going to have options with teams that are closer to, you know, the Super Bowl kind of situation with the Giants.
Right.
But a quarterback changes that, and unfortunately we don't have one.
Yeah. So this is a quarterback we have talked about. So again, if we don't get, if they go, they'll probably go Russell Wilson, but it wouldn't shock me if they pivot and just say, you know what, we're going to focus on the draft and bring in like a Carson Wentz. I don't think they're going to do that. I might do that at this point. I might do that, but I'm not playing for my job or coaching for my job at this point. Part of me says, you know what, just play the rookie, and if the rookie's not ready to go on opening day, then put Carson Wentz in there. I mean, because I'm at that point, I'm like, we're not going to win the division, so let's just get the rookie playing time.
I mean, I think you're once you get to the really, and I don't even want to say once you get to there's just the veteran to be the veteran. If you draft a rookie in the top 3, he's got to play.
Right.
He's got to. There's no reason not to play him, because Daboll and Shane, if anything, that's your fallback on why the season maybe we didn't win as many games, because we had to play a rookie. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but you are in self-preservation mode. It's the shitty situation that we did by putting lame duck people in place.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was a little strange yesterday when Tiki Barber was saying, if the Giants signed a veteran quarterback and drafted a rookie in the first round, they would not bench the veteran quarterback for the rookie. And I'm like, Tiki, did you miss 2004? You were on that team. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Of course that can happen.
I mean, it's one thing if you say Aaron Rodgers, you won't do that because you're probably going to make a deal with that guy.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, but would you do that? I mean, so
I'm not. But I'm not. Sorry, yeah. I agree with you. I wouldn't do that unless I'm taking a guy who was kind of my second option as the quarterbacks coming out in the draft, and I'm like, shit, I need this veteran to win. I can't put this guy out there. He's not ready. All I'm going to do is lose and stunt his growth.
Yeah.
Now, what's really strange is, I mean, we should probably kind of stay focused on where we were, but what's really strange is
we have a problem doing that.
The Giants have spent so much time with Sanders. It's hard not to connect the dots. There was all this talk about J.J. McCarthy, but that was late in the process. That suddenly the Giants were meeting. Did they meet with McCarthy, I think, on Easter? I think it was on Easter that they met.
Yes, it was on a holiday.
And so late in the process, suddenly the Giants are meeting with him. But we know that they were interested in May. We know that they were loving Daniels. We think Williams, but I'm going to bet Williams was actually the third of those 3 quarterbacks for them. I think Williams and his quirkiness wasn't what the Giants really wanted. They were looking at Daniels. They were looking at May. Williams, sure, but they already knew he was going to be gone, but he would have been their third option. McCarthy then became the guy that they spent a lot of time with. Sanders, they've spent a lot of time with during the season. They have been out to Colorado multiple times. This is either the biggest smoke job in history, which I can never give the Giants credit for being that smart, or they really like him And now it's just, we don't know, because pressure's coming that it's really Ward is the better player. I don't know what to make of a lot of this with their interest in Sanders. He's such his whole thing is such the opposite of what the Maras like on their team.
Yeah.
That I'm kind of shocked that they've spent so much time with him.
Yeah. But we'll see. It just feels like, I don't know. I have this feeling that we end up with Sanders, and I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. It's just, I don't know. It depends on what happens with Rodgers too. If we sign Rodgers, less like you said, they may not even go quarterback in the first round. So, but if Rodgers signs, let's stop the quarterback discussion on this, because I really want to focus on the defense, because that's where the Giants made an impact. I think I know you're going to answer this, but I want to hear your answer. If the Giants don't sign Rodgers, they're going to draft a quarterback in the first round.
Correct.
You strongly believe that?
They will take one of 3 guys. Correct.
In the first round.
I don't think they have an option.
Right. That's the.
You're screwed. You're screwed.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I think too. So I think that's why we're headed towards Shedeur right now. That's better or worse. And it's interesting that you brought up Williams too. When you looked at him in college, what is one of the big criticisms Shedeur gets is that he
takes too many sacks
and he drifts back. And when he's on, what Williams did a lot of that too when he was in college. That was one of my knocks on him too when I watched him. Again, amazing athlete, can throw the ball, but there were games when you watched him and he was like, you're like, throw the ball. What are you doing? And he would drift back or he would take sacks. So anyways, I find it interesting that Shedeur gets a lot of criticism for that, but Williams went first overall with that. Anyways, all right. I want big picture is this, because when we should have probably started off with this. The Giants have signed a bunch of players in the first 2 days of free agency, but the headliners, everything that we should be focusing on right now are 2 players. It's the fact that they signed Adebo at corner, big money, and Javon Holland at safety, big money. They have completely remade their secondary in 2 days, completely changed it. And John and I thought they weren't going to go heavy at safety, and they did. And we didn't think they were going to go heavy at safety because of what Shane has done in the past. He let Julian Love go. He let Xavier McKinney go. We didn't think they were going to spend a lot of money. We thought they'd let Pinnock go because he was going to want more money than he got. Interesting, he only signed a 1-year deal with the 49ers, and I bet you that's not going to be. We'll have to see what the money is on that, but I wouldn't expect that to be huge. But they got one of the best, if not the best, safeties. They got one of the best, if not the best, corners in the market, and completely changed their secondary now. And it's significant. And that's the headliner to me coming out of and I want to talk about the other guy that I think is flying under the radar, but that's where they spent the money. Look at the contracts. So look at Shane's history. That'll tell you what they're focused on. Pass rusher before was Burns. They spent a ton of money there. When they got Okereke, they spent a ton of money on him, and they spent a ton of money on those 2 guys, and they completely changed the secondary.
Agreed. I'm just going to tell you something really ridiculously stupid that I just did.
Well,
it's not really stupid, but I know it's not going to really get us anywhere. I just saw Peter Schrager post something on something else, so I tagged it and went back to him, and I go, hey, while you're busy talking about other people's podcasts, jump onto ours right now talking about Aaron Rodgers and the Giants. You never know. These guys, I do get people that comment back to me when I do send stuff to them. I will tell you one other guy that I did last night. So, yes, it was post-surgery. Yes, I did have a painkiller last night before I went to bed. I couldn't sleep, and I texted Micah Parsons, and I told him we would love to talk to him, even though he's a Cowboy. And we were curious. We would. And I said, we're curious on your draft process and what your interaction with the Giants was, because there was a lot of people that thought you were a perfect fit for the Giants, and then it didn't happen. I'm curious on what connection you had, and then we would like to pick your brain on Abdul Carter. That's all.
Well, I don't pick his brain on Chauncey Golston.
I was a little.
He was upset with that Chauncey is a Giant now, so he didn't want him coming here. I don't know if you saw that on Twitter too.
I did see that. Hey man, I can only be so clear.
Yes.
I was on Twitter at 2:00 last
You were all over. I said to my wife last night, I said his surgery must have gone well because he's typing with both hands right now. So
well, it's a lot. I don't think it's that clear though. There's a lot of bad. It's really hard with this piece here. I can't, and it actually hurts quite a bit after a while. I kind of need to stop doing it. But anyway, focus on the defense.
Yeah. All right.
We went heavy secondary. Are you surprised that we went heavy, including the safety?
Oh yeah, safety, yeah. But wow. So our secondary is completely different now. So Banks now becomes your number 2 corner, and I like our nickel with Drew Phillips, and now we've got this guy's provided the leg. I'm a little nervous about the leg. So it's a femur, and that's a lot of football players haven't come back from this injury. So I hope the Giants did their due diligence. Again, he's got to pass the physical to officially sign the contract. But I went back and watched this guy, and he's good. I mean, I embarrassed to say that I didn't include him on my list, and I went back and looked why, and it was the injury. So I thought they're not going to sign somebody who broke his leg. I didn't realize he was as good as he is. I'm still stunned by the 10 interceptions, 43 pass defenses. And we talked about this on our other live show in 52 or 53 games he's played. So he gets his hands on the football all the time. He's a tall guy, and he's very physical. He's very handsy. And when I mean not like handsy grabby, he's going to get a lot of penalties, but he will battle guys for the ball. And so that's exciting. So now you've got a guy, and he is the guy the Saints would put on the best wide receiver. This is not a projection. This is not one of these things where you say, we think we can do it with him. He's done it. So he's a guy that you can put on the best wide receiver. And Banks has that history with us too, but now it's going to be easier for him because he'll finally be on the number 2 guy instead of the number 1 guy. But he's the big question mark still.
But Banks is handsy like he's on a third date and the chick just ordered lobster for dinner. Yeah. So yeah, I think this guy brings he's taller too, which you just mentioned, than what we have, and I think he brings a little bit. The break doesn't bother me as much as long as it's not some sort of spiral fracture. That's
no, it's nothing like that.
If it's a clean break, he's 25 years old. He should recover from that.
Yeah, but femur is a serious injury though. We'll see. I would have to think the Giants got good medicals from his agent or something. They don't sign that type of contract without seeing what the x-rays look like and all that. So
but the only thing, to be clear for everybody, these things can fall through because the Giants have not done a physical with this player yet. They cannot.
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No one's talking about that. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but it's still out there. Now, Javon Holland, when we went through the safeties, we talked about all the safeties that we were talking about, Morig and Hufanga and Bynum and Justin Reed. But Javon Holland was at the top of everybody's list of safeties. I mentioned him when we did our preview, but I just didn't think they were going to spend that kind of money. And to get him, he's another guy. I've seen criticisms of people saying, well, he doesn't make a lot of plays on the football. He doesn't have a ton of picks, but he gets his hands on the ball. He's got 25. That shows you how big the number is on Adebo on the 43 pass breakups. Javon's got 25 pass breakups, which is a lot. And so he's another guy that gets, and he's got a ton of range. He tackles. When he gets there, he can tackle. So a lot of our tackling issues are going to disappear with both of these guys. They both are physical and they tackle. And and Javon's very good against the run, and he's very good against the pass. And I think fans are going to love him. And he's a team leader. He's been voted. He's only 25 years old, and he's been team captain on that team. So, and he's been a little bit up and down, but he's had a bunch of defensive coordinators in that time. So I'm really excited about this because I think you put him with Newbin. They both can play free. They both can play strong. So they're interchangeable. And Javon can also play nickel if you need to. So he can play man nickel so it gives them the ability. Now, it's all up to Shane Bowen. I've tweeted this out. pressure's on Shane Bowen right now because they've given Shane Bowen. He's got Dexter Lawrence, he's got Burns, he's got Okereke, he's got Adebo, he's got Holland now. He's got to deliver. I mean, he's out of excuses. There's no reason for Shane Bowen's defense now not to be top 12. I would say that there's no. I mean, he's got the talent right now to be a top 12 defense. I mean, I'm not even mentioning Kayvon Thibodeau, which opinions vary on there, but you expect him to at least be above average. But he's and Micah or I can't think of his name. Micah, or an inside linebacker, is McFadden is up and coming. Still has to improve his tackling, but this defense should be pretty darn good. The one guy I want to talk about that's flying under the radar, and he's the only edge guy I mentioned in our preview because I didn't think they would go edge. But when we went through our preview, I wrote down Chauncey Golston. I said I could see maybe them if they were going to go do an edge, maybe go for Golston because he's the kind of guy that was probably not going to be signed to be a starter, but more of a role player. But the interesting thing about him, John, is it's kind of what you've talked about before. What are we on defense? What is Shane Bowen trying to do on defense?
Right.
Golston's kind of one of those guys that you can put a number of different places. He could kind of be like a better version of Jihad Ward. So you can play him down as an end.
Sure.
You can also move him inside as an inside rusher. I don't really know what do they envision him as a backup edge guy, which is where I've got him on my depth chart, but I think I might have him in the wrong spot. Or are they going to change their front now? So they might, which is what you've talked before. You've talked endlessly about that we have two defensive linemen on the field and we have two edge guys and they can run on this. Are they thinking now that Golston's now going to be your third guy? And the whole makeup of the defense changes, the scheme changes. That's going to be very interesting because they didn't give him a huge contract, but they didn't give him a cheapie either. It's almost $20 million for 3 years, so he's going to play. I don't think he's going to be. I don't see him being another Azeez Ojulari. They're going to use him differently than Azeez.
Yeah,
and that's going to be interesting to watch what they do.
He's more of and it's going backwards. He's more of a Justin Tuck. He can play a little bit of DN if you need it to him. He's a little bit smaller, but he's a pass rushing D tackle at times. Yeah. I think the Giants, quite frankly, I'd like to see the Giants go to a more traditional 4-3. If you're not going to run an actual 3-4, which we don't really run an actual 3-4, we don't have a set nose tackle 2-5 technique defensive ends. We basically play a nose, another tackle, and then we play two edges. It's not the same thing. If we go to a traditional 4-man line, so you're moving Kayvon basically to defensive end, Burns is kind of becoming the defensive end. Even if you stand him up, even if we play, God forbid, I hate this term, wide 9, which all that really means is you're just moving your defensive ends out a little bit. If you go that route, then I think this works perfectly. He's a guy who can play outside when we need him. He comes in inside, and yes, thank you, Arcade. I'll put his thing up here. The old NASCAR package that we used to do. The one thing about the Giants, you and I talked about this the other day, right? When I said you can't fill every hole at the same time. So either you go all out to get after the quarterback or you go all out to defend the pass.
Right.
The problem is by doing just defending the pass, if you allow the quarterback time, it's not going to matter how great your coverage is. They're going to find somebody that's open.
Right.
So the Giants are really in that spot right now where we kind of have both. We've got the pass rush. We just need guys who can sub in. We got to stop the run. If you stop the run, you make teams pass. Teams pass more and more efficiently when they choose when to pass. But if you have to pass, that changes everything. Now you know what the other team's going to do. The problem with the Giants is they give up 6 yards on first down on a run, or 6 yards or 7 yards on second down on a run, and it's 3rd and 2. Now you're screwed. Now they can run, pass, whatever. They've got you. You're playing reactive versus attacking.
We gotta stop. We gotta stop.
We
gotta stop Saquon Barkley now. I mean, we gotta stop. We gotta stop the Eagles' running game. If we don't stop the Eagles' running game, they're going to sweep us every year. They're going to continue to sweep us every year until you stop the Eagles running the football on you. How do you stop the Eagles? You stop them from running the football.
That's true.
And you make Jalen Hurts beat you. That's how you stop them. So
right now,
if we can't stop the run, we're not going to beat the Eagles.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised that we haven't announced? Now, anything could happen. 4 o'clock still, nothing's official till 4. Are you surprised that we have not released Roaches yet, which frees up cap space?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised.
Gano as well. Gano as well. He'll free up cap space, but I'm not hearing anything. I feel like we continue, and I said this the other day. I feel like we continue to work our special teams like we are a borderline Super Bowl team, and our special teams will be the difference. I don't want to pay Gano that kind of money for a guy who gets hurt the last 2 years.
But they don't really need the money yet, so they might be waiting until they need the money too. So
for like Aaron Rodgers,
I do want to go into that too, since you just brought up with Nunez Roaches. So they brought Roy Robertson Harris in, and again, not a big contract, but not insignificant, because pay attention to when Shane gives multi-year deals, because he doesn't usually do it. If you look at all his free agent signings in the first 3 years, overwhelmingly, they're one-year deals. So far, that's why this free agent period has been different. Gave a 3-year deal to Adebo, gave a 3-year deal to Holland, and they re-signed Slayton to 3 years. And again, he's been more willing to re-sign guys for longer, but I'm talking new free agents. And then the other guys have been 2-year deals, and that's a little significant too. So Roy Robertson Harris, I didn't know a lot about him. He's been in the league. He's an older guy. He's the one guy that breaks the
mold of what
of what they did this, because he's the only guy that's older, other than the special teams guy I want to talk about in a second. Yep. But he's an older guy. He's over 30, and so I went back and looked at some tape on him, and what stood out to me, and I'm not making this comparison, please don't say Eric. He's built like Keith Hamilton. He's 6'5".
The hammer.
He's 6'5", and he's not quite as big. He's 290, 295. He looks bigger than that to me, though. But he's built. I
think that was, by the way, Keith Hamilton was in the high 200s. Don't forget, we were really big. He wasn't that much over 3 if he was. He
was. I think they listed him as a 300 even, but this guy's built like him. He's got the same kind of. He gets his hands on a ton of batted passes. He's got I forget what it is. He's got 25 career deflections, and he actually blocked a couple of kicks on special teams, and he's not bad getting up the field. I was surprised when I looked at the tape, and again, you're looking at a lot of highlights, so you're seeing the good stuff, but the guy is not like this. He's not like Nunez Roaches, that he can't really penetrate and get up the field and that type of thing. This guy can get up the field. So if I'm starting a game tomorrow, he's actually starting right now for me next to our nose tackle, next to Dexter. I'm not saying he's going to be a starter on opening day right now, because this is a very deep draft at defensive tackle. Yes. But right now, I'm playing him over Nunez Roaches right now. And I know there's other guys that we might be talking about that are still developing, like Jordan Riley, Elijah Chapman, and people like that. But right now, this guy is better than all of them. And again, I'm not saying he's going to be great. I'm saying he's not bad. So he's another guy flying, and he breaks the mold a little bit. And he's an older guy. So I do think they brought him in to be like insurance at this point.
Yeah, I would agree. Keep in mind, over his last 34 games, he started 4.
Right.
So he's a guy who's not accustomed to playing full set of plays.
Well, he did go through a stretch in Jacksonville though, where he did start. I have to bring
yes, that is.
That's not that long ago. So when most of his playing time came in Jacksonville, and there was like 2 or 3 years in a row where he played a lot of football.
And actually, I apologize. Wait a minute, I apologize. The way Pro Football Reference screwed it.
He started way more games than that.
Over 34 games, he started 19. Sorry, my bad. 34 games, 19. 17 with Jacksonville and 23, but only 2 games he started last year with 2 different teams.
Right, and that's because last year he split between 2 teams. So
correct.
But didn't he? I'd have to bring it up, but I thought he started like 2 years in a row. He started every
17 games both years for Jacksonville, 22-23. Previous to that, Chicago, no starts. He did 7 for Chicago in 2019, 6 for Chicago in 2020, but he only played in 8 games. 13, 17, 17, and then 2 last year. The most sacks in a season he's had is 3.5.
Right. He gets more quarterback pressures than he does actual sacks. But again, I don't think he's a bad signing. He's not an answer, but he's not a slouch. And right now, I'm playing him over Nunez Roches, and why I'm bringing him up too, because we signed him. But I think he plays into this Nunez Roches thing. Is he's basically to me he's taking Nunez Roches' spot in my mind, because I'm not keeping Nunez Roches and this guy on the roster, because I'm anticipating they're going to draft somebody. And they still do have like guys like DJ Davidson that I'm still keeping on the roster. You know, they've got some guys like that I'm keeping on the roster. So the other guy, I was stunned by this stat, was the special teams guy that we got from the Ravens. He's had 65 special teams tackles in his career. I think a 7-year career. That's an absurd number of special teams tackles. I mean, and he's been a team captain on special teams for a Ravens team as led by a special teams coach. You know, remember Harbaugh, that's his background. This guy, it's interesting that last year they signed a couple of special teams line. It's like you said, they're always signing guys that were on the cusp of a Super Bowl, because they seem to be signing a lot of special teams players. But this seems to be the latest special teams ace that we're signing, but he may be the best of them all.
But he also does have he has played defense as well. So he has some capability beyond just specials. In the past, when we had Joe Judge, we'd signed a bunch of special teams guys.
That's correct.
And they didn't play any other position.
And I think I saw a quote from Harbaugh where he was talking about he's a much better defensive player than people give him credit for. So that was kind of encouraging too. So like that goes on to what you said. I actually like our inside linebackers, because you got McFadden, you got Okereke, and now Deontay Johnson. It looks like he's been tendered, so Deontay Johnson's coming back, and you add this guy in. I like our inside linebackers. I think we're okay at inside linebacker. I would like to add them to continue to address the defensive line in the draft, and I think I would add another young cornerback. But they've set themselves in free agency to be much more well-rounded on defense. Right now, they really look like on paper they've fixed the secondary, provided Banks can rebound. And if he doesn't, you have to hope Flott can continue to evolve. But that's why I would bring in another corner too, because I want to develop. Because I'm not counting on Banks. I'm not counting on Flott. That's why at some point I think I bring in another cornerback at some point too. But the secondary is infinitely better, and it's changed the entire makeup of the defense right now. And that should be the headliner in free agency right now, is they've signed a lot of guys, but those 2 guys that they signed in the defensive backfield changed the defense on this team so far. And you combine that with the new secondary coaches that we have now, the one guy coming over from the Jets, it's going to be really interesting to see how our secondary plays. Pressure's on Shane Bowen in my mind. Shane Bowen's got to deliver, because he has no excuses right now to me.
So would you say, give me a percentage chance that basically with what we've done so far, that Azeez Ojulari is not coming back?
Oh, he's not coming back.
Okay,
I mean,
so we're on the same page.
Of course, I thought Darius Slayton wasn't coming back, and I was called out on Twitter about that.
I think it's a little different though, because I mean, because the Giants actually went and signed somebody at Ojulari's position. So it'd be different if the Giants signed a wide receiver and then brought Slayton back. We brought Slayton back. We didn't sign another wide receiver. You signed a guy at Ojulari's position. So it seems like you've basically said.
Well, and the other thing, John, is this: if you're Azeez, do you want to come back? You're basically stuck behind Kayvon, and now they got Golston and of course Burns. I mean, you're stuck behind these guys now. So
I think
I'm going someplace else.
I think he reunites with his brother. I believe his brother is in Arizona. So I would look to see that he ultimately goes to Arizona. I would not be surprised to see
that piece of shit Eagles writer, Elliot Shore or whatever his name is.
Nice. Now we're
Son
dropping
of a
bombs.
bitch. I don't like the Eagles. He said the Eagles might be poking around Aziz. I hope not, because Aziz is one of those guys. If he stays healthy, he produces. The problem is he can't stay healthy. We talked about it during the season. We were like, trade him now before he ends up on IR. 2 weeks later, he's on IR, and we're like, God damn it! So,
hold on, I just want to make sure I got this.
Okay. I thought we might hear from Aaron Rodgers while we were on. That's like one of the reasons why I wanted to do the show.
Well, somebody else is mentioned again. The kind of what I said earlier is that
there's a lot of good comments here. Sorry, guys, without you, there's so many great comments.
Is that Pat McAfee once again has said he doesn't know.
Come on, Aaron, get off the pot.
Where did that message
Jesus
go?
Christ.
Where's that message go?
What do you think about this? Wait a minute.
I just shared a message.
My computer sucks. I swear to God. What do you think about that?
I have no interest.
Okay.
He's older. He's going to be expensive. Why would he come back? You know what I mean? Why would he want to come here?
Get the band back together.
But the Giants, but you're going to have to overpay to get him. And the draft, you just talked about it. The draft is full of guys.
Yeah.
So here's one of the things that I do see. Let's shift back to the draft real quick. Free agency, as we said before, as one of the things I said before, is we jump too far ahead to say what's going to happen in the draft. Free agency dictates what happens in the draft more often than not. Anybody who says, oh, it's best player available, it's not just best player available. Need does dictate. The Giants are addressing some needs that I think they thought I think they thought wouldn't be available. Like safety is very thin in the draft. There's some safeties mid-range, and then there's some later, but you're taking a chance. The Giants went and got a playmaker at safety, or at least a guy who could be the leader. You hope Nubin becomes the ball hawk, and you have Holland to settle it down. You've got a Debo out at corner to hopefully settle that side. You've got Banks, you hope steps up. You've got Phillips to be the nickel. You've got Floss. So we've got our secondary kind of. I think we still might get a corner in the mid rounds.
Can I just throw one thing in there too? I'm sorry, just one thing. We got two corners that can play man coverage. What the hell is Shane Bowen going to do with two man corners? No,
Good point.
Sorry.
Good point. No, that's fine. But so for defensive tackle, I think the Roy Robertson piece there, Roy Robinson Harris or Harris,
yes.
I can't remember what that was.
Robertson Harris.
Thank you. That's helpful because I think we are going to get rid of Nunes Roaches. I think we're going to get rid of him. Mm-hmm. He's just too costly for a guy who does nothing. I think we're going defensive tackle in the draft, whether it's high or in the middle. There are a lot of very large run stuffing defensive tackles that we can add to this group. And the one thing about adding them in the draft, they're cheap, which is why I don't think you go with a Dalvin Tomlinson, because he's not going to take pennies on a dollar to come back to the Giants. There's going to be another team somewhere who thinks they're a lot closer, that they need to bring a vet defensive tackle who can still play in. So I think you might look at a Dallas might bring him on board. I think Kansas City might be a team to look at. God forbid Philadelphia wants some depth, but it doesn't really matter. Their starting line is better than that. So I don't think the Giants will be the place. And it's too much money to spend on a guy that you can basically get the same thing in the draft, as far as I'm concerned, and much younger.
Right. And I think you can get you can get a good defensive lineman maybe even the fourth round in this draft. I think they're going to, like the running backs, I think they're going to get pushed down a little bit. It's why one of the reasons I don't want to trade away our picks is because the sweet spot, I think, is going to be the second and third round for a lot of these defensive tackles. So, but I agree. So when you look at the roster makeup, the Giants historically have only carried about 5 or 6 defensive linemen. Now we're going to have to see, because adding Golston now, we've talked about this. Are they thinking about running a different front? And if they do, you're talking about. But I think you got to think that they're going to keep at least a couple of the young pups that are on this roster that may still develop. For instance, Davidson's a guy that there were a number of game reviews that Cy did that he said, you know what, this guy's really coming along. And then he'd have a game where you're like, not so great. And then he'd have another game where he did really well. So like a guy like a Davidson, but he's going to have to be, I don't think we're going to be in a situation where they can keep both Riley and Davidson now. They're going to have to choose between them. And then does Elijah Chapman, was he just a 1-year cute story, or full off-season program, a full year under our defensive line coach? Does he become something more than he is? But my point here is now that you got Dexter here, there's not going to be a lot of spots here for defensive linemen if you draft another defensive lineman. So somebody's got to go, and Nunez Roches to me seems like the prime guy to go, because what are you getting out of him vis-a-vis, like you just said, his contract, and he's probably not starting now. I wouldn't think he's the starter going in.
He showed nothing when the Giants needed him to kind of step up and be the guy. He showed nothing. You don't lose anything between him and Riley. You don't lose anything between him and Davidson. So if that's the case, then what you weigh is cost.
Cost, yes.
So if the play is equal, the cost overrides. See ya, you're out of here. And I don't even think the play is equal, by the way.
And we're not even talking about a guy that kind of flashed even more than Nunez Roches. Elijah Garcia was looking better than he was down the stretch. Now, he didn't play a lot of football for us, but he made plays. So you were like, who the hell is that guy? That was a funny thing. By the end of the year, you had to look at, like, who the hell is that?
Yeah, you need like a roster to be like, okay, wait, who's on the
preseason? It was like a preseason thing.
The thing with Chapman, again, I think Chapman is a guy that becomes very valuable if you do go to a standard 4-man line. If you don't, he has gimmicky availability and an expectation to him, because you can't play him on regular downs. He's going to get overwhelmed.
Right.
So you're really using him on 3rd and long or whatever, or random gimmick type plays that we're trying to go just speed and whatever. I don't think he's a bad player. He's just small. It's just not something you can count on at defensive tackle for the way we play. Because when you do defensive tackle, it's essentially, well, yes, most teams are 2 defensive tackles. We don't play standard defensive ends. Those guys are the bulk of the defensive line, those 2 tackles. Our end guys are meant to come around and get to the quarterback. Thibodeau does not play a whole lot of run defense. He really needs to get better at that. And Burns, for as good as he is extremely light for a guy.
It's a weird setup, because I grew up and you grew up when the Giants 3-4 was a nose tackle and basically 2 they called them defensive ends, but they were really more like defensive tackles.
Exactly.
Leonard Marshall, and it was amazing that George Martin could handle it, because he wasn't built like that.
But he wasn't the starter originally.
No, it was Curtis McGriff. It was
Curtis McGriff. You had D. Hardison
and those guys.
Well. Yeah,
right. So but you had 3 defensive linemen up front and 4 linebackers. And because everyone plays so much nickel now, that makes that harder to do. And then when we had in our second glory days, you had the 4-man front. That's the Michael Strahan and Justin Tuck and OCU Mignora years. You had 4 defensive linemen that were just defensive linemen. But like you continue to have mentioned, we've got 2 defensive linemen. Sometimes I'll sub in a 3rd, but then you got these 2 rush linebackers. And it doesn't seem to be working both under Wink, and it didn't seem to be work under Shane Bowen. So I probably should spend more time looking at what other defenses do on other teams to see what they're doing. But right now, it doesn't seem to be working what they're doing under 2 different coaches.
I think here's the thing, right? I think it can be effective. Now, keep in mind, right? When was Wink most effective with the Ravens? What were the Ravens? They were a winning freaking football team. They played heavy run on their offense. They pounded other teams, and they forced you to have to try to score versus just do what you want. The problem with the Giants is when you're constantly just punting the ball away, that other team has every play in their playbook available to them. They're not restricted to shit. We got to pass every down, and the defense can now attack. The Giants are playing an attacking type defense that's constantly having to react because you don't know what the offense is going to do, because they're either always really in the game or they're always ahead.
Yeah, the thing with the Giants, and I still think it hasn't really hit all of us because we've been exposed to so much bad football for so long, is in the last couple of years, the Giants have only scored 15 points a game. And if you can go if you're playing the Giants, if you're a team that has to face the New York Giants, what a luxury it is to go, these guys aren't going to score 20 points on us. So it's what John just said. They opens up their entire playbook because they know that they don't have to score a bunch of points to beat the Giants. Just don't make a stupid mistake, and you're going to beat them because the Giants can't score. And it's just absurd how bad the Giants were at scoring under, again, the quarterback whisperer, Brian Daboll. And again, it sounds like I'm being very critical of Brian, but my God, we're in 2024, 2025, and we have a team that can't score 20 points. It's ridiculous. I mean, everybody scores that many points or more. And the number of touchdown throws that this team has thrown in the last decade is ridiculous. A lot of that's Daniel Jones and the other quarterbacks, but it's just so damn frustrating. When the Giants did what they did against the Colts, it was like, that's why it was so shocking to everybody. And I'm bringing up that game in a positive way, John, by the way. It's because it was fun. We're scoring a ton of points.
So last year we averaged 16.1 points per game. But that includes the fact that we dropped 45 on Indianapolis. Yeah. So if you kind of take that out of the equation, then our games were basically 13, 7, 14, 11, 20, 7, 17, 22, 18, 3, 7, 29 in a victory.
For a while,
keep in mind, 29 in a victory was a blocked field goal return touchdown.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Some of these aren't offensive scores, and there was a stretch where we were struggling to score 10 points.
So I'll say this part. This is where I argue with people about an Aaron Rodgers. Okay, so I know a lot of people don't want to do the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but we're going to do that just for the shits and giggles. Go back to the season. We lose to the Vikings 28-6. The game is close for a little while, but we don't do anything in the first half. We do nothing in the first half, and that's offense just did nothing. Take that game out of the equation. Okay. We play Washington the next week. We lose 21-18, the game where we have no kicker, so we're constantly having to go for it. Washington does not score a single touchdown. And we lose the goddamn game.
Right.
Now, you can say Daniel Jones made a pass and that Neighbors dropped it, and that's true. But there's still no guarantee that we're going to score a touchdown because we can't kick a field goal. We didn't even try to kick the entire game. I doubt they were going to try there. We're going for the score. The fact is, you should have put up more points than 18 against Washington. We then went to Cleveland. We start that game off in the first half after giving up a very early touchdown on a dumbass fumble by freaking Eric Gray. We end up scoring a grand total. Yes.
Wait a minute.
What do you got?
We got some breaking news. We've signed another offensive lineman, it looks like.
Hopefully this is good.
Let me make sure this is correct. Wait a minute. It looks like we've agreed to terms with Stone Forsythe. So Garofalo's announcing that, so that looks official.
Yeah, Patty Traina shared it as well. Who is Stone Forsythe?
I'll have to look that up. He looks good in the picture. He's wearing a Seattle.
She looks great. She looked great. Then she opened her mouth, and I was like, "Guys, she's crazy."
Yeah, it looks like we did. So,
6'8", 307 pounds, from Seattle. He played 10. He was available for 10 games in 21, 17 games in 22, started 1, 17 games in 23, started 8. And then he was available for 9 games last year, started 5. So clearly a backup. That, again, goes to what you said before. This does not bode well for Evan Neal being on this team.
No, it does not. So wait a minute, I missed that. But a tackle or a guard or both?
He is a tackle, 6'8", 307 pounds. So he's tall, but he's not hefty.
We just signed 2 tackles. No, goodbye, Evan. Goodbye.
Yeah, because Hudson's a guy who could play guard as well. So he's really he's a true swing position guy. This guy's clearly a tackle. To go and sign this guy right now, when I got a bet that there wasn't a ton of interest, teams aren't jumping all over the place. This says to me that you're kind of like Evan Neal. you should clearly see very quickly the Giants are going to not pick up his 5th-year option, and this guy is on his way out.
Yeah, I would think so.
I would trade him.
Actually,
If someone would take him, I would trade him as part of a package deal.
I was just going to say that, and I kind of have dismissed earlier comments from people who have said trade Evan Neal, but at this point, maybe if you can get a 6-pack, I don't know.
That's a lot, dude. That's a lot.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
Schlitz, maybe.
Yeah, he's played in 53 career games with 14 starts. So again, this isn't a guy that's going to come in and push anyone. Again, they got Illuminor and they've got Andrew Thomas anyways. But
this also doesn't bode well for Azudu.
I was thinking about that too. Unless Azudu, they finally, for once, please, for the love of God, just play him at guard.
At guard.
This to me, this means the Josh Azudu experiment at tackle is probably also over too. Yeah. So let me just tweet this out while you're talking. I just want to tweet this out too.
Hey, is Cy in here? It looks like Cy's in the chat.
New York Giants.
I'm gonna share the Cy's in the chat with us.
Offensive tackle.
He's an offensive tackle only. Thank you, Cy.
Cy is everywhere now.
I'm asking to see if he's got some feedback on that sighting.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If
he can give us some a thumbnail on him.
Cy, if you're bored, I can send you the link. We can bring you on. I'm trying to keep an eye on a bunch of other stuff. Where I'm so again. Let's kind of regroup. I know you're trying to put something together there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
No,
you're trying to just tweet this out real quick.
You're fine. Let me see if I can get some other things for some folks here. All
right, so let's.
He's a big dude. I mean,
he looks like it in the picture. So let's back up again here. So they have addressed the offensive line with 2 backup types,
which says to me that we don't think the offensive tackle piece in the draft is really full or deep. Like, we're probably not going to take somebody high. They're not worried about, we're going to get veterans, low rent veterans in as backups.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but what I've heard in my preliminary look at the draft and listening to other people too, is that this is a deeper draft with the interior linemen than it is with the tackles. That there are, it's kind of top heavy with the tackles. And if you don't get your tackle early, you might be shit out of luck. So that might be the thinking here too, is if they are going to go offensive line, it may be interior. I'd be curious to see what the contract term. Have we seen the contract terms?
I'll keep an eye on that. I haven't seen it so far.
Okay, I'm almost done. I apologize here.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
So they have.
I got to assume it's a 1-year deal. I doubt they did more. So one thing I want to say, you brought up the contract stuff. I did see a report. The bulk of contracts being signed right now by free agents are 2- and 3-year deals. And the reason is it seems like a lot of players realize that the cap is continuing to go up. So why should I lock into a longer term deal knowing that there's going to be more money available down the road?
Right.
So you're seeing more teams, 2- and 3-year deals are all they're getting with guys.
Right. Correct.
Forsythe agreed to terms with Giants on a minimum of veteran deal.
Okay.
So low rent guy. Okay.
And what plays into this? Okay. Now you have my undivided attention. I apologize for that. I wanted to get the spelling correct. His name. So they have not headliners, but they have addressed 2 things up front on the defensive line with Golston and with Roy, Robertson, Harris.
Yep.
They've depth-wise, they've addressed the offensive line with 2 backup types that could be significant if somebody gets hurt again. but they've spent the bulk of their money in the secondary. They got an ace special teams player. To me, it's what do they do at right guard? What do they do at quarterback? And right guard right now, do they think that they might have the answer with Neal, Izudu, Kubis? And it suggests with the pursuit of Freeze that they don't. So it's starting to seem to me that they are not particularly high on Izudu and Neal at this point. If they, depending on what they do at right guard, if they don't add another offensive lineman, or if they don't draft an offensive lineman high, Neal can probably breathe a sigh of relief. But if we find out in the next day or two the Giants sign a right guard, I don't think Neal's long for this team, and Izudu might not be long for this team either, because I think they like Kubis.
Oh, I'm sharing something Asai just put up about the rookie class at offensive tackle.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I had seen too.
Yeah.
So, well, by the way, David, if you're still on there, great job with the Giants and Emery Hunt. That was awesome. That was really informative. I see Milroe's kind of going a little bit higher in your estimation again. So it's a roller coaster with him.
So I'll say this inside, since you're listening, and I don't want to take you from what you're doing, but if you could just type it in the chat. To me, if the Steelers were super smart, and I guess I'm being very Giant-centric on wanting Rodgers with the Giants, but if the Steelers were super smart, I would re-sign Wilson, knowing that I've got DK Metcalf, and then I would draft Milroe to be the Fields of last year. He doesn't have to throw the ball, but you don't want Wilson running some of those RPO pieces or definitely design runs by the quarterback. You want the quarterback to do that. Milroe to them would make a whole lot of sense.
What about John, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If the Giants sign Aaron Rodgers, do you draft Milroe? Because you've got time now.
That's a darn good possibility. The problem I have with that is he's so different than your starting quarterback. It's a fundamentally different offensive philosophy.
Sure.
So I might go more McCord, or I might even go Dart, McCord, and then maybe Shuck, whatever his name, however you pronounce that. I might go that route instead. But it's hard not to think about it because he does give you that he gives you that completely different, he gives you that slash, that Cordell Stewart type option, and hopefully you can develop him. Stewart, when he first came in the league, was not much of a thrower. The Steelers used him at running back, wide receiver. They kind of did gadget plays, but then he became the starting quarterback. So I think Milroe could be a Cordell Stewart.
I think everybody says the same thing with Milroe right now. You can't play him for 1 to 2 years. Okay.
Right.
So in New York, you would have to have a situation where you had a starter that had so much gravitas that the fans can't start demanding the backup quarterback.
The switch. Yep.
The switch.
Yep.
And they will do that. Like if it was like, and I'm just throwing this name out there, say we do get, say it was Jameis Winston. People would be demanding right away for Milroe to play. Whereas if Rodgers is there, they're not going to do that. So the pressure's not there of the fans booing and all that. And I know people are going to say that doesn't matter. It does matter. That puts pressure on it puts mental pressure on the players involved too. So part of me, I think it was Cy or Emery last night who said, if you have a veteran and you can give Milroe time, you can work to adjust your offense over time to fit Milroe's skill set, like Baltimore did with Jackson. So Jackson, I mean, they had to do the same thing when they shifted.
Sure,
because they didn't have a Jackson there before but they slowly switched their. So that thought entered my mind last night, it would be a gamble on greatness type of draft pick. And if his size correct and he's there in the 4th round, I might do that, especially if I didn't take a quarterback in the first round. Hell, I might take Milroe in the fourth round, even if I drafted a quarterback in the first round. I might do that.
Yeah, I agree with
that before.
I agree with
I may double up at quarterback. Like,
well, especially. Sorry, I just.
no, that's all right.
I know it's horrible. I don't like doing it. Especially if you take a legit bridge only guy, and I mean bridge like wooden bridge, only one car at a time situation. Like if we're down to Flacco and whoever else is out there, then I definitely wouldn't mind looking at possibly 2 quarterbacks because one, this quarterback class is so, I don't want to say weak, but it is so filled with questions. You can't count. There's none of these guys you could look at and go, they're guaranteed this dude's going to be the guy. Even Ward has a lot of questions with him. And if you put him in last year's class, and I think Cy will definitely agree with that, he's probably 4 and maybe 5. He might be below Penix. He might have been ahead of Nix just because of age difference, but he's not top 3. So, and then you do Sanders, and Sanders definitely he's probably 7 of last year's top 6 if you threw him in the same class. And honestly, if guys had the years we thought, a Beck, a Lar, if those guys had the years that we thought, or even Ewers, if he had the year he was supposed to have, Sanders might be even lower. Now, real quick on that, I'm going to take a time out and be kind of an ass about something. Ryan Clark, it is not racist that people are questioning freaking Shedeur Sanders. That makes no sense since Ward is black and he's considered to go number 1. So how can it be racist that Sanders has question marks? It's stupid.
Ryan Clark just likes to
plays the race card all the time.
I know. He just likes to
freaking annoying. I just can't help it. It's annoying.
I was in the gym earlier today, and ESPN was on, and I don't know why anybody watches ESPN anymore.
I don't.
They were evaluating the winners and losers in free agency. It's just garbage. I mean, it's just. Anyway,
how do you? And by the way, it's like the draft, isn't it? How do you determine the winners and losers? Because Tennessee,
it's fun. It's fun to do. Well,
I know, but I mean, wasn't it Washington years ago thought they won when they got Albert Hainsworth? That pretty much didn't work out for them.
No, but I understand it because it's, first of all, there's nothing going. I mean, it's the one. There's an entertainment value. It's the same thing in drives Cy, since he's on there, nuts about rating a draft as soon as the draft is over. We've had Giants drafts that have ended up being disasters. But if you went on the website the day after, we could go back in time and look at the draft. Oh, the Giants got an A on this draft.
Right,
3 years later, it's like, oh my God, look at that draft. There's nobody left. There's nobody left from that draft. I still remember when Danny Cannell got drafted and how everyone said what a great draft pick that was. But I guess in a way, I mean, he ended up starting for a while.
I mean, let's be honest. Danny Cannell, he was quite the winner. I mean, he stole Jason Sehorn's wife. So. But
wait a minute.
Sehorn made out though. He ended up getting Angie Harmon, which was
here's somebody who wants to start another fight with me and you here.
Oh, okay.
No. We don't. Let's not talk about the Colts. Let's talk about DeVito's wins. All right, no, never mind. All right, so, geez, all right, so let's just check real quick. There hasn't been any announcements.
I'm looking. There's nothing.
Because I did not expect them to make another move on the offensive line other than guard. I didn't expect them to bring in another tackle.
That's a pretty low end signing.
No,
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. So, but I wasn't expecting us to be on show today and saying there's a tackle.
Hey, guess what? We saw Stone Forsythe. And if that was if this was Falcon Crest, that'd be great. But it's not. So and no one. Unless you're,
I'm ignoring that.
Well, unless you're under a certain age, you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. You're like, what do the Atlanta Falcons have? No, Falcon Crest. It was a show. Never mind.
Good. Somebody did post it.
I'm looking for announcements. I can tell you that Rosie O'Donnell is leaving the United States, but I don't think that matters.
I'm just seeing the reaction to our signing on BBI. Shane must be stoned.
That's there.
Vet minimum deal.
We are really going low on the jokes on that one.
This will get Rodgers to sign with the Giants.
Well, Well, it could be. I mean, maybe he's like in a little Ayakusha, a little stone to go
Yes.
with it. We're all good.
Here's a funny one. Shane has the foresight to sign Foresight. So,
Oh, Jesus. All right. All right.
um,
I know I've had a couple of beers and it's the middle of the afternoon, and I'm pretty much due for another painkiller for this goddamn wrist is really starting to hurt.
painkillers and all. What can go wrong, John?
Yeah, no. To be clear, that's not what's going to happen. I promise you. And I don't normally drink beers in the middle of the afternoon. It's just for the show.
Sure. You know what I was going to tell people because I'm drinking water. I said to my wife last night, I was going to get a big pint of water and tell you I was drinking vodka, and then just at one point just down it.
So I have a better question for you because you mentioned Mrs. BBI.
Yes.
Did Mrs. BBI listen to the last show?
She hears it in the other room.
When you accidentally talked about the quality of the strip joints in Tampa, Florida,
I don't think she heard that
versus the quantity.
I don't.
You were like, they're great, and I was like, damn, we are really getting into it. And then you were like, wait, there's a lot of them.
I don't think she heard that.
I couldn't help but tell my wife that one. My wife thought that was pretty funny. So
no. Well, all I'm remarking is when we landed in Tampa, there were strip clubs everywhere.
I understand, but you started it by saying they are great, and I was like, oh, okay. And then you were like, there's a lot of them. And I'm like, oh, so we're talking quantity, not quality, which is what the Giants do. Like right now, we've just added a lot of quantity to our offensive line. We don't necessarily know if Hudson and Forsythe are quality, but we will find out.
Oh, gosh. Yes, hopefully we won't be switching to whiskey here.
I keep hoping that we're going to get a quarterback. I
thought he would announce one way or the other while we were on the show, and we could react to it. So we could be kind of like,
at this point, we've done this game about if it were me. So if it were me, and I'm kind of tired of it already, to be honest. I know that you can't just say no, but see the funny thing is like it would be one thing if we were the one team in the position that we're in, but it's actually three teams. The Steelers being the other main one, and we're both in the same position. The Steelers have no quarterback right now, and neither do we. They have Skylar Thompson. We have Tommy DeVito. I guess that puts us one step ahead because Tommy DeVito's actually won games in the NFL. Skylar Thompson has not. So neither team has a quarterback. But the Steelers went and got themselves a wide receiver. They're trying to, I assume, they went and got Kenneth Gainwell to replace Najee Harris. I don't know if that's really a replace. It's definitely a change. You went with a little bit of a smaller back versus Harris. You went with a guy who can catch the ball more than Harris. So you've kind of changed your offense a little bit. But you don't have a quarterback, and neither do we. So Rodgers is in the one position that he doesn't. First off, he's rich. He doesn't have to freaking do anything. At what point do you, Eric, point do you pull the plug on trying to get Rodgers and you just go to Wilson and say, we'll give you whatever it is you need. And I know you're not a fan, but I'm saying the Giants, we'll give you what you need to sign that contract today. We need you in-house today because we got to move forward.
Yeah, and I brought this up when we did our live show a couple days ago. I'm not a very patient guy. I give the Giants a little bit of credit here for being patient too, because I think there's a sense of frustration because we've been talking about this for so long. Fans have been talking about this for so long. I see it on the website. I see it on X that a lot of us just want to get this over with. We just want to know who the quarterback is. And I think fans are starting to prepare themselves mentally for both bad and good news. And that includes the Steeler fans too. So if you go on like Slick Rick's Twitter feed or a Steelers Twitter feed or a Giants Twitter feed, there are people on there going, oh, I don't want this guy anyways. Or, oh, don't tell me that he's going to go to the other team. So some fans are like, we're caught up in the competition. It's just human nature. I think some of us don't even think sometimes about the ramifications of what signing him would mean. There is a downside to signing Rodgers. But we're caught up in this competition with the Steelers that we want to be the ones that come out on top. I'm not saying don't sign Rodgers. I'm just saying there is a downside to signing him. There's an upside to signing him. There's a downside. So if the Giants don't sign him, it might work out for us anyways. But we're in that mode now that we want to get him. But some fans have already started to prepare for the worst. and why I'm bringing all this up to answer your question is there's a psychological part of this in me that just says, I just want to get this over with. And look, if he's dragging his feet, I'm just tired of this and just move on. But that's impatient me. So part of me says the Giants are playing this the right way and see how this plays out. The only risk with that is what I mentioned earlier, and it just happened again, is the other quarterbacks will come off the board. Who did you say just got? Did you say Mariota?
Mariota went back to Washington.
Washington. So there's another potential option that's now off. Garoppolo's off the board. Mariota's off the board. Who was the other one?
Well, we don't know about Wentz. We haven't heard about Wentz.
But then the Patriots quarterback. Then he signed with somebody.
Brissett signed with.
He's off the board, I think.
He's off the board. I'm trying to remember with Arizona, I believe.
Yeah. So
maybe Arizona wants to move Kyler Murray. No, I'm just kidding.
So
the other thing is that we haven't touched on, Eric, is there's still the Kirk Cousins deal out there, and I've got to assume the only way he's moving is that the Falcons trade him, which means you got to take on his contract. Would the Giants say that the next step from Rodgers isn't Wilson, it's actually Cousins?
Their MO would suggest that that's an option because they went after Stafford and they went after Rodgers, so I would not discount them going after Cousins. I'm of the preference of not giving up a draft pick for Cousins, though. I'm kind of hoping personally that Cousins ends up with Cleveland, so Cleveland doesn't draft a quarterback. That's kind of what that's the way I feel right now. I not being Brian Dable, who's coaching for my life right now, would prefer to have Cousins go to Cleveland, and that guarantees that either Shador or Ward gets to me. So that's the way I'm leaning right now. But I could see the Giants going after him because that's what they've been doing.
So we talked about just randomly throughout the Brock Purdy thing. I didn't say the Giants should do it. I threw that out there. But let me ask you this. And I'm not going to go through and try to figure out the draft chart and all this other BS. So I'm just going to make up a very simple one. If Carolina did, or we were willing to offer our first and our third for Carolina's first and their second.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Okay, so our first and our third round pick.
All right.
To Carolina for Carolina's first round pick, their second round pick, and Bryce Young. So basically, we get their second, they get our third. We switch spots in the first, and we get Bryce Young.
Where do they pick in the first?
In the first, they pick 8th. I think you do that deal.
Yeah, but
would you say Bryce Young's a better quarterback prospect?
There's been any indication that Carolina's moving on from Bryce now.
I'm not saying they are. I'm saying, would you offer that deal? I'm thinking I would do that because I think Bryce Young has shown more than I think maybe a Sanders is going to do. Bryce Young played much better the second half of the year.
Yes, he did. Because we started that. Again, we're the get well team. Seriously.
No, you're right. You're right. But he played well again. He played well against the Cowboys. He played well against the Eagles. He played well. That might have been Dalton against the Bengals. He played well later in the year. They did lose some of those games. I know he's tiny, by the way. But the fact of the matter is, we have nobody. And I'm not sold on Shador Sanders. Shador Sanders' arm, to me, bothers me in MetLife, or whatever the fuck we named our stadium now. It bothers me there that he doesn't have the arm for when it gets to be that time. And by the way, I think people discount the fact that who did Sanders play? Colorado didn't exactly play. Alabama, Texas, Georgia.
I don't know. And then there's a bad Nebraska game.
So I don't know when he played the really good teams of what he did. And I don't think he can get away with some of the stuff that he does in college. He's not going to get away. He got really exposed against BYU, who's not exactly a powerhouse.
Yeah.
Now, stuff happens. I think he's a high
completion. But the Giants are flirting with him big times. I mean,
what are our options? I mean, it's Cam Ward, but you might not get him. And then it's the next one you're hoping is Sanders. Now, Dart changes that if that's the Giants' interest, because now you can maybe move down 2 or 3, 4 or 5 spots and still get him.
I just, when I hear people like Cy and Emory Hunt and others talk about Dart, I just wonder if everyone's overrating him because he's the next shiny thing. Day drinking is bad. I'm not doing it. He might be doing it. He's on the painkillers too.
Hold on. On Monday, you had 5 beers to my 1. What are you talking about?
Well, it was worse than that because I went out to dinner that night too. So it didn't stop there. So
that's true.
It's like that. It was like that. Arrested Development scene with the mother. She's in rehab.
I love that
show. Mixing.
I love that show. Oh my God.
I want to discuss because a number of people have brought up Mac Jones. Okay, I am going to give you full disclosure that for the bulk of my life, I've been a football junkie. I would watch every goddamn game I could watch on Sundays and Mondays, and this is before there was Thursday night football. I don't watch as much football as I used to. I don't think the game is as good. I just don't watch it. The games I have watched with Mac Jones, he has looked dreadful. And maybe I'm watching the wrong game.
Both years, rookie year and after that. His rookie year, he wasn't that bad.
Because maybe I'm watching the wrong games. But when I've watched Mac Jones, I've just been like, oh my God, this guy is worse than Daniel. And maybe I'm watching the wrong games. But that is one of those reclamation quarterback. Maybe we're not talking about him enough. So I wanted to get your view on Mac Jones because you probably have seen him more than I have.
Yeah. So Mac Jones regressed horribly with the Patriots. Now, some of that I fully blame on Bill Belichick. I don't know what the hell Belichick. In fact, Belichick's bizarre behavior, even now with his 20-some-odd-year-old girlfriend. I mean, more power to him in the bedroom. But as far as actually a girlfriend and you're making decisions around her, I question.
Is your wife listening? Because
I question your common sense when you're in your freaking 70s and she's in her 20s. To put that in perspective, when you were in your 20s, she's not even in somebody's mind yet as a child. So that being said, when you put Matt,
this made me laugh.
When you put Matt Patricia, yeah, nice. When you put Matt Patricia and you put Joe Judge and you put those guys running your offense, I don't know what the hell you were thinking. He regressed so badly. You're pulling him out, throwing in Bailey's. Truly, I actually felt like for a good portion of the last part of Belichick's time with the Patriots, he was trying to get fired. Like it was like he was doing shit intentionally.
It was weird.
He reduced his coaching staff. He made more and more of the decisions on everything.
2 offensive coordinators, and one of them was Joe Judge.
And 2 offensive coordinators, neither of which were offensive guys before that. The only one that was offensive was Judge, and I meant he was offensive. Period. If you're going to call the quarterback sneak 65 times a game, then Judge is your guy. So Mac Jones regressed horribly. Now he played a little bit for Jacksonville last year. I'm not sure. I think he's a guy you could use as a backup. I don't want him starting.
Yeah. Well, I may be watching the wrong. Let's say this. It's interesting that no one has made a play for him. I haven't even heard his name mentioned. Have you? I haven't.
I've only heard him mentioned as a possibility for the Giants.
You have
because of his connection to Daboll. Not anything that the Giants are interested.
Do we even do? We talked about this in our first show. Do they even do visits anymore? They don't even do visits anymore.
They can't do visits in the tampering period.
No, but once the tampering period's over, do they still do visits? I don't remember visits last year.
You mean the vets coming?
Veterans coming and getting.
I think so because quite frankly, all the big deals are already done by the time it starts. Where it used to be, nothing started until you were allowed.
That's true. Because you're not really wooing the Forsyths of
right.
to come.
Taking them to dinner. A good quick run through the drive-through of McDonald's, and we got them. So for
one thing I want to get a pet peeve out there, because again, I was reacting to some comments on the Corner Forum about them signing Forsyth. Again, not everything's going to be a starter. Not everybody they pick up or sign is going to be an answer. Some of this is just building out your roster and increasing competition, and maybe you get lucky. So one of the issues the Giants have had over the years is not having depth where somebody gets hurt, you can bring somebody in and it's not everything doesn't collapse. So again, we've brought this up before. Ezeudu should not be playing left tackle. So as long as they can have somebody that can come in and it doesn't all fall apart and you have to keep moving people around, then it's an upgrade. It doesn't mean the guy has to be an immediate starter. So, and the other thing is people are putting way too much attention on PFF grades. I can't stand the emphasis on PFF grades.
Can I just drop something in? So Adam Schefter 1 minute ago, now official, Jets are releasing Aaron Rodgers at 4 p.m. today. The Jets will take on a $49 million dead money hit. They are designating him a post-June 1st cut, meaning they'll carry his $21 million cap hit until June 1st, when it drops to $14 million, saving them $7 million. But then they will absorb a $35 million dead cap hit in 2026.
Okay, so now he's
officially going to be released.
Officially out there. Now we might hear something. Hey, we got to have a text here. Aaron Rodgers wants to come on and announce on Inside BBI his decision.
That would be awesome if he did. I reached out to him multiple times.
Aaron comes on. That would help the numbers, wouldn't it, John?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? So I'm curious. And for everybody,
either that or the strippers.
Well, either one. I'm like, what we'll do is we'll kind of do it like Major League. For like every like good signing or note that we get about the Giants, a piece of clothing comes off.
Not with us.
Yeah, no, I meant with the strippers. What are you talking? I wasn't volunteering.
You want to destroy our audience,
dude. I was stripped down enough yesterday to not want to do that today.
There would be all kinds of reactions.
Thank you. There's a funny story that I could share, but I'm not gonna. Shit happens when you are under anesthesia. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, somebody said on BBI the other day. Somebody said on BBI they had underwent a colonoscopy, and when they came out, they were mumbling about the Giants.
Okay, so that's a funny story, and I'll tell you. So I woke up yesterday, and they're asking me questions like, what's your name and whatever, and I'm still trying to. I'm like, it was actually kind of hard to come up with my name. I was kind of like, what? I'm thinking, where am I? And then it dawned on me. I looked at the woman and I go, wait, did Aaron Rodgers sign with the Giants? She goes, who's Aaron Rodgers? I was like, okay, all right. I know I'm back.
Priorities, John, priorities. Oh, no.
So I thought that was kind of funny.
Oh, man.
Shit, I had something else, too, before you did the whole vomiting thing and all that stuff.
Okay, so, but seriously, getting back on. So Aaron Rodgers is actually officially now available.
At 4 o'clock, it becomes official. But, yes, the Jets have said that's what they're doing.
Oh, wait. So we have to wait another...
Well, it shouldn't matter because the Jets have just said that they're ultimately it doesn't change anything as far as other teams. It's how the Jets are going to handle the cap money. So the Jets don't see that $7 million of relief until June. So they're taking an X amount of cap hit now, and then June 1st it'll drop down some because you designated them post June. But Rodgers can sign with anybody because they released him. It's kind of a stupid system, but whatever.
There is someone on Twitter that follows the Giants that has the worst takes, and I'm not going to mention names, but all right, sorry.
You should though, because I'm having fun with it.
No, I'm not, because you never know who we might have on.
Yeah, and I don't want to get messaged by somebody all pissed off at you. And
we already have somebody that's been on with the Giants that's mad at us. So.
Then I got to cut. Well, he wasn't mad at me. He wasn't mad at me. I had to calm it down.
Yeah, they're mad at me, which I don't understand.
It was okay.
All right. So let's rehash here again. So 2 new offensive linemen, backup types, one more money than the other, one which may end up being a player, but that's going to depend on how they evolve. The other one's going to be more but I think it does tell us it's not good news for Evan Neal. And I think it tells us that they may, like Cy had just alluded to, that they're probably taking into account that this is not a super deep draft at tackle. And if they do go offensive line in the draft, it's more likely to be an interior lineman. I won't discount it, but that's probably the direction that they're going in, because I don't see them taking a tackle early. Unless the only reason they would take a tackle early is if you really believe Andrew Thomas is, you can't rely on him anymore completely. And I don't.
That is a question. I just don't think you can go top 3, even if
You trade down and do it.
Even if you move down a little bit, I think you'd have to move into the middle of the first round before.
Oh yeah, and again that would get into. And there's some people who think the Giants should do this: keep trading down and accumulating picks.
Maybe after you've traded for Brock Purdy and you move down.
Oh God,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, so
Train Master, you're 100% right.
So quarterback. And are they going to do something at right guard, or are they going to rely on Neal or Azudu or Kubis? And then defensively, I think they're done in free agency. But again, they'll probably sign a 1 year, like they just did with Forsyth. It's Forsyth, right?
Forsyth.
I think 1 year deals that somebody will say, well, why the hell did you even sign this guy? And then again, it's going to be competition. Maybe you get lucky with something like that. So I looked at I got to look up the stuff on Forsyth, but I know this is a bad way to look, but he's a big dude. I mean, he looks like he's
6'8", 305. So he's pretty tall. He's not bulky.
But he looks well put together.
Sure, he's a muscular 6'8".
Yeah, he looks like a big dude. So.
And who knows? Those numbers can always be a little off, but I mean, still, you can see that he's not an Evan Neal. He's not a 330, 340 guy.
Yeah.
But he's pretty tall. So he's as Cy said, he's a tackle only. So you're not going to think he could possibly play guard or anything like that.
Did Cy comment on him?
So he did. He said he was a tackle only. That's pretty much what we.
Yeah, probably largely because of his build. When you're 6'8" and narrow like that,
it's hard to get.
Usually going to get one. It's a leverage issue, and they don't usually have the bulk. So it's interesting though, because the guy that they signed, Hudson, has only really played tackle. Though I did see some commentary that people think he might be able to play guard.
Yes,
but if the Giants only see him as a tackle. Again, you can't carry more than 4 tackles. You can put guys in the practice squad, but you can't really carry more than 4 tackles.
So with that, we've got Thomas, Illuminor, who could play guard,
and you got to think Hudson's. Yeah. The only way this makes sense if they move Illuminor too, but I don't.
No. So we've got Thomas, you've got Illuminor, you've got Hudson. Neal technically could be the 4th tackle, but I'm assuming he's just going to guard. So who's our 4th tackle? It can't be Azudu. You can't go into a season hoping.
No. What I'm saying right now, so their tackles on the depth chart right now are Thomas, Illuminor, Hudson, and Forsyth.
Okay, so Forsyth will be the number 4.
Right. So but you could do this. I'm not saying they will do this. You could move. So some people have said that the numbers for Hudson really aren't that far off from what Illuminor got. So you could put if Hudson really was an up and coming player, and I'm not saying this, but if you had confidence in his ability to take that next step and become a starter, you could put him at right tackle and put Illuminor at right guard. You could do that.
There is. I did see someone else mention that.
I'm not saying they're going in that direction. I'm just saying. If Hudson, best case scenario is Hudson's a stud. He took the next step forward and he ends up being, a steady guy that you can rely on. Not great, but just a solid right tackle. If he did that, then you can move Illuminor. That's all I'm saying is you could.
Yeah. But let's work it the other way, right? Instead of working from the outside in, let's work from the inside out. We've got JMS as the center. Who's our backup center right now?
Schlottman.
So Schlotman would be the backup now.
Right.
And then our left guard is Runyon.
Right.
Azudu, possibly the backup left guard.
Right. Possibly.
The right guard is up in the air. Kubis is the only one that you would say is on board. And then Neal.
Well, Neal. What do you do with Neal?
But you can't just automatically slot him in. He didn't even play guard. So I'm assuming at the moment you would put him behind Kubis and let him play his way out of it. So those are the 4. That means we do have an opening for a guard. We need a guard.
Right, and that's what everyone's assuming, unless they, again, they have penciled. I know what I hear what you're saying. I keep seeing John Mayer, and I'm like, oh, John Mayer.
I wish.
It's in the chat. But I could see a world where they would say, I could see like the old Jerry Reese team would say, we're just going to move Evan Neal there, and Evan Neal is going to be our starter without the contingency plan. I mean, that's the kind of thing that Giants used to do, that kind of thing. So I'm not saying advising that. I would not count on Evan Neal, but I could see a world where they say Kubis and Evan Neal are going to compete for right guard, and maybe even Azudu for right guard. I know Azudu, there was a time when Azudu first came to the Giants, they did play him at left guard. So he was and he wasn't great there either.
He started at guard game 1 against the Titans.
I'd have to go back and look. He has played left guard, and he was a good run blocker, and he had issues in pass protection. So those who are saying he's fine at left, he's fine as a guard, Azudu still has to prove that he can play guard at the NFL level. So, and they may have just screwed the kid up. You know, sometimes you move people around so many times, they just get screwed up. So,
I want to see if I'm right.
Wait a minute, Cy just said something, but who isn't an offensive tackle? Oh, Umanor? Who are we talking about? Dave, if you can clarify that, because we were talking about so many names.
No brainer to me. Neal needs to spend all offseason at guard. He's talking about Neal. He's talking about Neal. No brainer to Neal needs to spend all offseason at offensive guard. Probably fails, but he isn't an offensive tackle. He's talking about Neal.
Oh, yeah, I think we've reached that conclusion. Yeah, let's put that up.
You got it?
Yeah, I think we've all reached that conclusion, Cy. I think we have the Giants. The Giants reached that. I think the fans have reached that conclusion. I don't know. The thing that bothers me about everyone's weighing in, it's Neal. The thing that bothers me about Neal, and I don't get this, is he just doesn't look, he looks clunky doing everything now. So I don't watch the tape like you do, but when I saw his highlights, lowlights, whatever you want to call them in college, I didn't see the clunkiness that I see now when he's with the Giants. He looks so goddamn clumsy to me. He looks like he hasn't even played the position. It almost looks like he's a guy that is used to playing at one side, and we know he played right and left side in college and even played guard in college, but he looks like somebody who's so discombobulated that he just doesn't look athletic to me anymore. And that part I can't wrap my head around, unless it's all these other injuries that he's had that are just making him look that clumsy. But I don't even know if he can play. Yeah, Dave said psychological. I don't know even if he can play guard.
So back to Azudu, that game against the Titans, he didn't start, but he came into the game. He played 28 snaps. It's showing at guard, but I'm trying to remember, who did he replace? It was Bredesen and Glowinski were the guards.
Glowinski was right guard. Bredesen was a left guard. We went through some offensive line combinations.
Who got hurt in that game?
I don't know.
I mean, who gives a shit?
I just know that when he has played left guard both in training camp and when he was left guard in the games that he played, and he got hurt right off the bat. He
had a neck injury. He had a neck injury.
And then they put him back in with the neck injury later on, and he ended up on IR.
Yeah, you don't want a neck injury and play for the Giants.
Yeah. He wasn't good in pass protection at left guard either. So there was one game we played against the 49ers where everybody on our offensive line had only like 3 or 4 games under their belt or less. It was like this. I'd never seen anything like
that's the entire 23 team.
And the entire 49ers defensive line was in our backfield the whole night. It was probably the worst ass kicking I've ever seen from an offensive line standpoint. I know there have been games where we've gotten more sacks, and like we had played a game against the Seahawks or Miami where they had like Daniel Jones got hit like an ungodly number of times, but that 49er game was awful.
We got completely beaten up against the Cowboys. And then we played the Cardinals. And then we had to play the 49ers on a short week. And we had our offensive line was decimated. But anyway, Yeah. So Azudo got hurt later. He in 22, and he basically didn't play the rest of the year after week 11.
And Dave, what I do wonder, and it sounds like I'm making excuses for Neil, is it seems like he's constantly hurt, and it seems to be all lower leg issues, the ankles. There was something else that was going on with his lower leg, a hip. He had a hip injury like this, so he came back from that injury that kept him out all spring and summer, and then all of a sudden, immediately, he doesn't play the first 8 games of the year. John's favorite moment is when they finally brought him in. It was on special teams against Pittsburgh.
Jesus Christ.
On the swing play.
Oh, my God.
That was again, the 2 plays I think that are more Giants 2024 than anything else. It's the Daniel Jones flea flicker where he misses 2 guys and takes the sack. And then the other one was the swinging door play, and it was an extra point, right? Was it? They were going for 2.
We were going for 2. Yeah.
We were going for 2, and they botched everything about that. No one knew the snap count, but that was his first snap, and then he finally started in snaps, and then immediately he's on the injury report with a hip injury. So if you've got a serious hip injury, you got a serious ankle injury, I can see your movement skills obviously are going to be affected. So what? Sai's talking about here, and again, I'm not trying to make excuses. It sounds like I am, but I have wondered, is some of the clumsiness that we're seeing from him is because he hasn't been healthy. But if you can't stay healthy, that's part of the equation too. So he's hurt all the time, and I don't think he was hurt in college. I don't think he missed games in college. So, wait, here's another one. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. And you said it more succinctly than and better than I could have. So, but I've wondered that. I don't know if that's the case. I just wonder, is it a bunch of different factors that are making this horrible situation? So, and John, I don't know if I don't want to speak for you. My impression right now is he better work out at guard or his time here is done.
I think that's pretty obvious. We're not going to pick up his 5th year. That makes no sense to do that, because if you pick up his 5th year, you're picking that up as an offensive tackle. So we're not going to do that. This will be the final year. It's either he makes it at guard and quite possibly ultimately is going to play somewhere else, or he makes it a guard here and we decide to give him a new contract as a guard if he turns out to be a guy that we can count on. This isn't the olden days. This isn't William Roberts days of the Giants where a guy could kind of flounder at tackle and move around and ultimately you find a place for him as a guard later on, or even Eric Moore. And even Eric Moore didn't last a long time. This is the age of free agency. And when you have options, teams don't want to bother giving you more money. They're like, screw it. I can get a cheap guy that hurt my wrist. I can get a cheap guy out of college to basically give me more than Neil's giving me right now. And we're at the back end of his rookie contract, which means the numbers are going up. So he's not going to get the 5th year option. And I think he's either going to make it or he's going to get cut in this summer. And if the Giants keep adding guys to the O-line, if they pick up another guard, his chances of making it, I don't see him beating out Kubis unless he comes in and dominates. Because Kubis is cheap. Keep that in mind. I mean, even though Neil won't get the 5th year option, he's still going to be upwards of $4, $5, $6 million this year. Is it worth it for a guy that you don't really want to have on the field?
Logically, you're 100% correct, but also ego and pride may come into play here because Shane may want to justify the pick still. So if they're even, the logical move is to go with Kubis. But if they're even, I could also see the Giants trying to defend.
The only way you justify the pick is if you pick up his 5th year option. If you don't, you've already said you don't have.
I don't think they can pick up his 5th year option.
So then you've already said you don't have the confidence in the pick.
Except if you're Daniel Jones.
But see, that's different. They declined his 5th year option, and I think with the intention that they never thought they were going to win as many games as they did. I think that put them in a quandary of what do you do? You've got We won. We made the playoffs. Our quarterback had one of the best playoff games a quarterback has had, and that's not a lie. That's true. His stats were. It doesn't matter who he played. His stats made it one of the better games. And you have your Pro Bowl running back both becoming free agents. I think they made a shitty choice in how they did it. I think they knew they could. It doesn't matter. We've gone over this a million times.
Yeah, Jeremy, I think.
But Neil is different.
Jeremy, I think that's a good question. They've obviously tried to address it in free agency. If the report with Freeze is correct, that they tried to sign him from the Colts, then they are wanting to address this now, but they may have to pivot to free agency. We'll see. I'm in the minority on this with the offensive line. I don't think the Giants' offensive line is as in bad shape as people think it is. I think a lot of people forget when everyone was healthy, they were playing pretty decently, not more than decently, when everyone was healthy. Andrew Thomas, Runyon, Schmitz, Illuminor, and Van Roten were doing a decent job. I would actually say Van Roten probably was the weak link for a while, and then JMS was up and down. They've got a lot of this gets back to this issue. If the Giants had drafted better, this sounds really obvious. If the Giants had drafted better, we wouldn't be having some of these conversations. And I've said this before. If Jalen Hyatt was the player we hoped, if Izzutu was the player hoped, if Neal was the player hoped, if Thibodeau was the player that was hoped, we can go down the line. We wouldn't be going as active as we are going in free agency with these things. I mean, you would have hoped that Izzutu and Neal would be starting and that JMS would be a stud at center, and we wouldn't even be having a lot of these conversations. But that didn't work out. We would hope Jalen Hyatt was a stud and we didn't have to re-sign Slayton. So a lot of this gets back to the fact that they haven't drafted well. And people keep saying, well, they drafted well last year. We'll have to wait and see on that. If you've noticed, a lot of players over the years with the Giants look better when they're rookies, and then they don't seem to take the next step forward. And I'm holding my breath that the guys that looked good last year will continue to improve because they have to get better. You want the running back to get better. You want Theo Johnson to get better. You want all these guys, even Neighbors. You want Malik Neighbors to be more of a threat down the field. Again, that was the quarterback too. But we want to see the evolution, the development of these guys before we say, whoa, what a great draft.
Do you remember the
Newbin's another one?
I say the old movie, and it is now, but I think it was in the 90s. Other People's Money with Danny DeVito. Trying to remember
that I did not see.
Okay, so essentially he's a corporate raider, and he comes in and then he just basically takes a business, chops it up, sells it off, and makes more money that way. And one of the things he would say is that this business itself, the individual parts are worth more than the sum. And the Giants have been doing everything backwards. They have been chasing the individual parts without taking into consideration the sum. So we keep going. Every time something comes up, we go after an individual part. So what do? They went and got Barkley thinking that would change and fill everything in for Manning, not realizing that you need an offensive line. You need to have some things on defense. We need a cohesive piece to play when you have a running back. That running back can do certain things, but when the offensive line isn't that good, the quarterback is coming backwards, doesn't mean anything. Then we chased, like last year, what did we chase? We've got Daniel Jones coming off a bad year and an injury-riddled year. We literally told the world on Hard Knocks, we're looking for another quarterback, but you don't go get one. Instead, you get the guy who struggles to do anything with the ball, you get him a weapon. So we're chasing pieces without the puzzle, the whole, the sum being the bigger part. And I think that's why we've struggled. We're constantly getting pieces of things almost too late. The second you know you got a problem, it's too late to draft to fix it, because that means you're ignoring all the other cracks that become huge problems.
Well, what they've done. They've definitely been more reactive than proactive. So correct.
I
think I don't think you can question that at all. So they seem to be reacting to things it's almost like it's that old analogy of there's holes in the dike and they're trying to plug the holes but there's too many holes and it's too late at that point. I also liked your comment about it doesn't the sum not equal the sum not equaling the parts. And I think that's especially true of the defense. There are players on this team. The defense shouldn't be as bad as it's been, given the players that are on this. A team that has Dexter Lawrence and Okereke and Kayvon Thibodeau and Burns shouldn't be having as many issues as it. Again, I'm not saying they should be top 10 elite defense, but they shouldn't be bottom of the league defense. And so. And again, it's the same kind of thing. We've had good offensive players here, the Odell Beckhams or the Saquon Barkleys, and now the Malik Neighbors, and you've had other players, and it just doesn't seem to add up. So I definitely think there's both of those comments that you made were definitely spot on. So I think we got to start having a plan. It's kind of what science and Cy's here. Cy has said forever, he's been preaching, you got to have an identity. You got to have something, and it can't be what you've said, the STD, smart, tough, dependable. That's not an identity. That's a slogan. That's not an identity.
Yeah, stupid, timid, and dense is more like it.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with having slogans. They're cute, but it's not a way to build a team. It just reminds me kind of a propaganda saying that you would see in communist Russia or something like that.
Well, it looks like you're grasping. You know what I mean? It looks like you're grasping, and you're just looking. Oh, this will mean something, and maybe guys will glob onto it. So Adam Schefter said, I'm
trying to check to see if we've.
I'm not really sure how long ago it was. Basically, the Giants are waiting on Rodgers.
Well, we know.
And then and Russell Wilson is waiting on what Rodgers does.
Well, no shit. Thanks for the update.
But the problem is, like, again, the one thing that I've said.
Who's the bald chick who's talking?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay attention to ESPN, so I don't know who that was. But,
I know.
But the thing is, though, the thing that bugs me about this, right? Everybody talks about the Giants. Schefter, they made a point. They had a big thing underneath that says the Giants only have. Jesus, I need a shave. The Giants only have Tommy DeVito as their quarterback. I'm thinking, well, who do the Steelers have? The Steelers don't have anybody. I mean, why is the Giants the only team in this situation that has like no kid or no quarterback? This is literally the exact mirror image on both teams. Neither one of them has a quarterback. Then you could put Minnesota in. Minnesota technically has a guy they drafted, but has not seen a down of football at the NFL level yet.
Yeah.
They don't have a quarterback. Yeah. So this bullshit that it's just the Giants is not true. The problem is Rodgers knows that too.
Yeah.
And he's in control.
And if anyone from the Giants organization is listening out there, I like listening to him, but they have Tony Pauline on all the time. Cy's way better. You should have Cy on more often. When Cy comes on, the show's better. So.
Then there's this guy who says we are unlistenable. So thanks. Appreciate you being here.
We get more unlistenable the more we drink, but I'm drinking water today, so I was going to.
Steelers have a good team. Congratulations. I'm not sure what that means about the fact that they don't have a quarterback, but that's fine. We can ignore the fact that they don't have a quarterback.
Pretty
sure that was my point.
We have to be honest, though. If you were not a Giants fan standing outside this, you were looking, or a Steelers fan, and you were going to say, what's the better situation for Aaron Rodgers? As an outsider, it would seem to be the Steelers are a better situation.
Yeah, I'm going to say this, and I'm a fan, so I understand. I don't agree with it. The reason I don't agree with it is this. The Steelers have never been about the big, mouthy, flashy quarterback who brings all of the attention to himself. They've never been about that. You've got two receivers that I don't know that they can get along. You've got one guy in Pickens who was constantly having issues last year, but there was a lot of questions that Tomlin was letting him get away with a lot. Mm-hmm. And it was rubbing some people the wrong way. Well, DK Metcalf wasn't exactly endearing himself to everybody in Seattle either. He wanted the ball more. He was complaining about stuff. There was talk that he wanted to be traded. You now have two guys like that. So you're going to bring a diva quarterback in with two diva wide receivers, a team that's not really built around the offense, by the way. They're built around their defense, and their defense has taken a lot of hits. TJ Watt is a guy that continually gets hurt. you better take advantage of his window because it is closing fast. So do I think that's a better spot for Rodgers? No, not necessarily, because also you've got Cincinnati, you've got Baltimore, and you've got Cleveland, which has a very tough defense. You've got to face them week in and week out.
No doubt. I think the impression is that Pittsburgh is a quarterback away from getting to the next step. That's now what you may disagree or not, but the overall impression is what's holding Pittsburgh back, what's hurting Mike Tomlin is they haven't been able to replace Ben Roethlisberger. That's as an outsider looking in, and combined with what I said earlier, that if the Giants do draft a quarterback of the future, they may pivot to him, and Rodgers may not like that. Whereas if he goes to Pittsburgh, he knows he's the year-long starter. I think as an outsider looking at both teams, that's why everyone keeps saying, why would you pick the Giants over the Steelers? I think that there's a lot of validity to that. Now, that's just me. So I want to think that we're the most attractive destination, but Dabo's on the hot seat. Tomlin's a little bit on the hot seat, but nowhere like Dable is.
So here's a little bit more from Schefter. Aaron Rodgers has not communicated to either team what his timeline is, what his preference is. Nobody knows.
Is this going to be like a Brett Favre thing?
Well, remember too that Rodgers dragged out the bit with the Jets. The Jets went out and wooed him. And he finally delivered his message on Pat McAfee's show that he was going to go to the Jets. So if he's going to do it today, but there's really no reason for him to do anything. Both teams are desperate. Both teams have no quarterback.
Anthony, I'm starting to wonder about this a little bit too, which is, again, I don't
know if he's personally.
I've got a little bit of a temper, if you guys haven't noticed. And part of me is like, I'm getting a little pissed off at this. But again, credit to the Giants for being patient, I guess.
Well, what are their options?
Well, their options are saying, we made you a fair offer. Other players are getting signed in free agency, and we're going to just move on. We think we made you a fair offer. I mean, I'm not saying this is what they should do, but this is kind of how I would feel.
Oh, I agree.
But to me, that's their option, is saying, and they put up or shut up, because.
But your problem is your other option is Wilson, who is just basically going, I'm waiting for Rodgers.
No, I know that.
So now the Giants don't.
It's a shitty situation.
The Giants can draw a line in the sand all they want, but when their second option is waiting for the first option to figure out where he's going, then you're on your third option. Well, in this case, it'd be our fifth option.
Right, which is why I said earlier that at this point, there's no real big reason to move other than the fact that you're losing other chess pieces if you did contemplate signing a Marcus Mariota, who's now off the board, that kind of thing. But part of me, it's emotional. It's like, okay, it's exactly. All right, let me find the comment again. The douche comment. He's being a douche. Part of this is like, all right, you're being a douche at this point. Pick a team. You've been made a fair offer. Just decide. So part of me is like, come on. That's why the Giants are being more professional about this, because they're being patient about this. The fan in me is saying, come on, get off. Make a decision.
So, Neil, I'll answer that question. No, Mason Rudolph was last with Tennessee. I believe he's a free agent. I don't think Tennessee has signed him. So, no, he is not on the roster. They have Skylar Thompson is their only quarterback that I know of that's on the Steelers roster.
For everyone who's making comments, just because we don't post your comments doesn't mean we're not looking at them and enjoying them. There's a ton of comments here. We can't post them all, but some of them are good.
The Commanders are signing defensive tackle Eddie Goldman.
Okay.
I believe formerly of the Bears, I believe.
They're a team that I thought would be making, and this isn't to say that they haven't been making some splashes, but I thought they'd be making more splashes. They're kind of being very restrained themselves in a way that makes me a little bit nervous too, because they're not the old Dan Snyder team that got a whiff of a success would have gone all out and spent like crazy in free agency from the very get-go this year. they're being a little bit more restrained, which makes me worry a little bit because I'm so far I'm impressed with the Washington's new ownership management, and I don't like them either. I live in that area, and I don't like listening to it. It's funny the Commanders fans have reappeared after being you couldn't find a Commanders jersey forever, and now they're back. Meanwhile, I'm still wearing my Giants stuff everywhere I go out.
Well, it'll be interesting because there are some people who think that the Commanders are making a mistake with a few of their signings. Tunsil might be on the backside of his career. He had a lot of penalties last year. He slipped a little bit. He slipped a little bit the last couple.
Right, and that was a big move, and so was getting Debo. But
Debo's on the backside of his career as well. So
I thought they were going to spend I thought they were going to be spending major contract, and it hasn't happened.
I thought they might make a play for T. Higgins. I'm not familiar with this group, Poly Market Sports, so I'm assuming they're a betting organization. They now have the Giants as the favorite to have the first pick in the NFL draft.
Okay, how?
I'm assuming that they're playing the idea that the Giants are going to.
Well, I know they're trading up, but how do we know that? I mean,
I got to think though, if the Giants offer Tennessee kind of whatever they want, that's pretty much going to get them there. If they don't get a quarterback, let's put it this way: if they don't get a decent, and we're already down to decent, you're down to Rodgers, Wilson. I'm not even sure if there's a third option unless you trade for Cousins. If you don't get one of those guys, you're going to probably cry when the Giants give up the first pick next year to move up.
What does this mean? Because I can't play the audio right now. Somebody tweeted out, Adam Schefter sounds like he's over it with Aaron Rodgers.
So he's just kind of, the way he was presenting some stuff seemed like he was a little annoyed that Rodgers kind of dragging it out and just not saying anything.
So he's being like us, who's saying he's being douchey.
But I mean, Adam Schefter, no offense, but Adam Schefter kind of comes off as a bit of a douche. So yeah.
Giants Insider responded or retweeted that and said it's personal. So apparently there's some bad.
Quite frankly, Aaron Rodgers owes none of us and none of them anything. He could do whatever. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Look. I'm approaching this as a New York Giants fan. I want this resolved, and I want to know. I just can't believe that we're now nearing the end of day 3 of free agency, and this hasn't been resolved. I just thought we would have found in the first hour where he was going. I thought
here's an addition that might shed some light on some stuff. Again, according to ML Football, now those are the guys that have like 330,000 followers.
Mm-hmm.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have not spoken to Russell Wilson since the start of free agency. So they haven't talked.
Who said that?
This is ML Football. They're the ones that have like 330,000 followers. And they are saying the New York Post was the first to report this. So the Steelers have not. And it was known that the Steelers offered a contract to Justin Fields, and he didn't take it. He didn't even respond.
Okay. Well, there was a report in the Pittsburgh Gazette yesterday that said that the talks between Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers' camp seemingly were at an impasse, and that the Steelers were still considering bringing back Russell Wilson. Now there's many ways you could read that. That could be a negotiating ploy. Again, telling Aaron to make up your mind because we got other options, or it could have been interpreted as maybe the Giants have the lead in this and they're starting to put out the PR spin that they're going to pivot to Russell Wilson because they have to. I don't know how to interpret that, but that seems to contradict a little bit what that was saying, because that would imply to me that there has been some contact between them. I find it very difficult to believe that the Steelers and Wilson's agent haven't exchanged phone calls. I find that very difficult to believe.
My guess on all of that, and what do I know? I'm not involved in any of this, is that they probably already have numbers established with Wilson. If they decide to go that route, this is what they'll do.
Right.
But they're going after Rodgers first. If I'm Wilson, I go somewhere else. But who says again, we're projecting the Giants to be interested in Wilson. People say they're interested, but I have yet to see anything from the Giants that indicates that they're even talking to him. They have not denied in any way whatsoever, though, that they are interested in Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And they definitely were interested in Matthew Stafford.
And I want to address this question from David here too. So I just checked my email. So John will know that he gets on my case all the time. I don't text. So
dear God.
when you hear me say email, it's literally email. I don't text. I don't have a message. I do want to bring this up. It's been a very weird ass hat off season. So, or 2 seasons, I should say. So last year we heard, Brian Burns was coming here way before anybody else did. I didn't even say his name right off the bat because I wasn't allowed to. I hinted at it and you guys figured it out. But so that was really good. But then we didn't get good information on the draft at all because a bunch of people were saying the Giants were trading up for May. Some people have said it was even a done deal. This year, we had lots of early heads up on Matthew Stafford, both the October trade attempt last year and then this year, way before the press. Great stuff. Multiple people coming to me saying, so I'm like, great, the ass hats are back. They know what they're doing. Since then, the ass hat reports on BBI this offseason have been all over the place, and they've been contradictory even with the same person. So we had to go deep on, for instance, say they're trading up to get Ward. It's going to happen. And then this week he said it's not going to happen because Titans met with Ward and they're all in on Ward and the Titans are going to take him. I don't know what to believe with go deep on that now because you could say he's full of shit or he could be telling the truth. I don't know. But my point in even relaying this is to you is that the people that are out there telling us information, there's not a great batting track record in the short term right now. Even this Slick Ricky guy, I guess he's been wrong on some non-Giants things that he said were going to happen. I think he was wrong on Bosa. I think he said Bosa was going someplace else, and then he went to the Bills. So don't even put too much stock in what the Slick Rick character is saying. So my message here is the way I take the asshat reports is I think they're fun. I think they're interesting. I like hearing about them, but I don't take them seriously anymore in the sense that I won't be shocked if they're not correct. So the one thing with the Matthew Stafford, which was odd to me, is that 4 different people reached out to me. That's when I was like, whoa, there's something going on.
So I want to jump in here. So I posted the thing that Neil Hickey shared that Wilson's flying to Cleveland to meet with the Browns.
Oh, no. There we go. We're going to end up in market. No, hold on. We're going to end up with James Winston.
Hold the phone. Russell Wilson has a meeting set up with the Giants for Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you don't want to be third in line in a meeting if he signs somewhere else. I would assume the Giants are basically saying to him,
Who's not? So you said Browns. Who's second?
It doesn't say after that, but the Giants have a meeting with him on Friday. Well, today's Wednesday, so if he goes Wednesday night, probably there for Thursday. Then he goes and meets the Giants on Friday.
Oh, you said third, so I thought you were saying there was a second.
I was kind of just throwing some shit in there. You don't want to be third. You know what I mean? Because I assume the Steelers have got to be in that group. He doesn't have to go visit them. He was already there.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there because if the Browns are meeting with him, maybe they're not going quarterback.
I've felt all along that there's no benefit to them to go quarterback in a less than dominant quarterback year when you know you're locked into Watson for at least another full year beyond. You've just got Pickett. You're really trying to get through next year because you got to do something with his contract. Why have a rookie on board? Because you might fire the coach and everybody associated with all that shit. Why would you do that this year? You got to go and you just spent a shit ton of money on Myles Garrett. You've got to try to win games. This is I know no one wants to hear this, but this is the same stuff that the Giants are in. Pittsburgh's kind of in that boat too. Tomlin is under a little bit of fire. He's been there a long time. They have plateaued, and there's been calls for him to kind of maybe it's time to move on. And maybe he wants to. So they've got to win. The Giants have to win. Cleveland has to win games. They've spent way too much money. You've got a superstar defensive player getting $40 million a year with a no trade clause. You've got to win games.
And the reason why I'm focused on this, guys, and I think most of you understand, is this. is we're not having to. The Giants don't have to worry not just about the Titans. They have to worry about what the Browns are doing. So if the Titans on draft night select Carter, and we all jump up and down and say, "Yay, we're going to get Ward at 3." You don't want to think the Browns are taking Ward at 2, or the Giants will have to trade up and take him at 2. So that's important. The bad news here is again, the musical chairs. The musical chairs are getting taken. And if Wilson's off the board, it's what I said earlier. If Wilson's off the board and Rodgers still hasn't made his decision, say Wilson signs with Cleveland and then Rodgers signs with Steelers. Then what are we doing? You got Jameis Winston, you've got Minshew, you've got Mac Jones, you've
Carson
got Wentz.
Cousins up in the air.
Oh my.
Well, and the thing is, if Wilson's starting to go places, because remember the word was he was waiting on Rodgers. So if he's starting to go places, then his camp is probably feeling like Rodgers to Pittsburgh's kind of a done deal. Because his best option is Pittsburgh. He knows the offense. He's already there. He doesn't have to learn anything new. That's his best option.
Wait a minute.
Now Pat Traina said, I wonder if Wilson's visit with the Giants is because they know Rodgers is going to Pittsburgh, or if the Giants are just tired of waiting for a decision from Rodgers.
It could be very well that the Giants are putting trying to get Rodgers to move. But
then why not put a full court press and get Wilson in now? Why let the Browns get a visit first?
Well, do the Giants have a say in that though?
Well, sure you do. You go, listen.
Wilson may be saying, I want to meet with the Browns first.
You could, but you could also go, listen, how much do you want? We still need to talk, but you give us our numbers. We'll meet that if everything else. Come and visit us. We'll meet your numbers. You could win it if you want to. You don't risk it, because if he goes to Cleveland and signs and you're not getting Rodgers, you are effed. And that's what we're looking at.
And what did I talk about from the start? The crash, the slow-mo moving train crash that's coming this way. Oh my!
I laugh. David's comment. You know what's really funny, David? It's pretty. I was a pitcher in high school, and in 1993, I went to the Giants-Cardinals game. That was the game that Brad DeLuiso ultimately kicks a 54-yard field goal to win the game. I think I've told this story before. I was in the parking lot walking around. A friend of mine who's not a Giants fan, he's a Steelers fan, but he had won these tickets, so he offered to bring me with him, which was I really appreciate. It was great, and it was the day after my birthday. So here we're walking around. I had never really hung out. In fact, I think it was the first time I had gone to a game at Giants Stadium. So we were walking around, and the Giants had a pregame radio show that they would do from the parking lot out of a big trailer. And it was Bob Papa and Carl Nelson. I don't know if anybody remembers them doing the game. So they did a game called Name That Giant, basically a takeoff of Name That Tune. And they were looking for volunteers. And I don't know, I was young. I was kind of shy. I was like, shit, there's all these Giant fans. And I had never been to Giant Stadium, and I'm taking it all in. My friend goes, if you don't get up there and volunteer, you talk like you know everything. If you don't volunteer, I'm telling everybody you're a pussy. And that's like, so I volunteered. I went up. I think I played against 5 or 6 people. I beat every single one of them. When it went to the last question, though, they offered the question. It was a part-time defensive starter, part-time defensive backup of the 90s. Now, considering it was only 93, that wasn't hard. I already knew the answer before they started asking the full question. They gave the first person a chance. How many clues could you name it in? That person said they could do it in 3. I said I could do it in 1. Bob Papa started to read the question. I go, Corey Miller, linebacker, South Carolina State, 6'2", 255, 4.55, 40. And Bob's like, yes. It was pretty funny. So the reason I'm bringing this up, though, is I got wicked cocky. I had a starter jacket on. I took the jacket off. It had been it had been raining, snowing the night before. It was really bad, but it kind of cleared up before this game. It was a 4:00 game. I took the jacket off, and I had to throw a football through a tire. And then Bob's like, I think we got an athlete. Instead of just tossing it through the tire, I backed up and I gunned that thing, and it just hit the lip of the tire down and bounced back out. What did I miss? Tickets to the goddamn Giants-Cowboys game to end that season. So yeah, I can throw a Spyro, but I got cocky and gunned it. Anyway, there you go.
So wait, so let's go back on this. So this is a big development. This is big news. So it's
Yes,
if he's going to meet with the Browns and he's going to meet with the Giants, but in that order, wow.
Well, and then there's the interest supposedly from the Titans, and it's not like the Titans couldn't jump in the middle and go, "Hey, come see us before you go to the Giants."
Yeah, I wonder how legit that is though, because why wouldn't that have happened already?
Well, why wouldn't he have visited anybody already?
Well, he just probably got invited by the Giants.
Which you can't. So you can't until today. You can't visit teams. But my point is, why wouldn't they bring it up?
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that they can't. So here is an example. We were just talking earlier. Do players still visit? And here's an example of the players actually going for a visit. So, what the kind of funny thing is Wilson's already met with the Giants. He did it last year. So here I am again. You dummies! You should have signed me last. Year. Well,
it's kind of funny, and he was the one that was actually interested. He's the one who asked to meet with the Giants.
Well, let's play what if here. What if Russell Wilson had signed with the Giants last year? I wonder how the season would have been different.
Well, I would think even if you didn't let him compete to start,
he would have started.
I think he would have taken over much sooner
before the bye week.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you lost to the Cowboys and you lost to the Bengals really because your offense couldn't do a goddamn thing. So you got to think that the Giants, with a veteran, because remember, before the bye, the trade deadline is way before the bye, and the Giants were already looking to try to get Matthew Stafford at the before the bye week, well before the bye week.
Yeah, I think it's just an interesting what if scenario because if he comes in and he plays well. Knowing the Giants, they probably resign him as insurance for the draft. Again, the situation we're in right now, and we might not be in the situation. So, but the narrative coming out of it was the Giants didn't offer him a chance to start, so he went on to Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh it's one of those dumb. It gets back to, and the reason I bring it up is it gets back to that thing that I've been bitching about nonstop, other than the game that you don't want me to bring up. But the thing I've been bitching about is what were the Giants thinking about their backup plan if Daniel Jones didn't pan out? They didn't have a backup plan because to me, having Tommy DeVito is not your backup plan. Having numbnuts, I can't even think of his name now. What if we end up re-signing him too?
Drew Lock?
Drew Lock. Having Drew Lock to me is not a backup plan. So
he's what you do when a plan fails.
Yeah. So I mean, so to me, Russell Wilson would have been not only a backup plan, but it would have been a direct challenge for Daniel Jones to win the job. For the first time since you got him, Daniel Jones had real competition for his starting job, and they chose not to do that. To me, that was just it was a stupid thing.
Real quick, I want to stick to just this for a second, and I want to go back to Daniel Jones, but not as a Giant. Is any of this? I don't want to say posturing, but is this the Giants going? Rodgers make a decision. We're going to meet with Wilson.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just said that. This could be that. That could be that. Yeah, I said that.
But the Steelers aren't doing that, though. That's the funny thing. Because if the Steelers were doing that, they would be like, we're going to have Russell, in just to talk about something. You know what I mean? They're basically sitting there quiet. It's Rodgers or nothing for the Steelers at the moment. It's weird. It's a weird thing. Rodgers could totally F both these teams if Minnesota comes out of nowhere and says, we want you to come here.
Yeah, and the other thing, let's not – the worst case scenario here, if you wanted Rodgers to come here, is the Giants have gotten a win that Rodgers is signing with Pittsburgh.
That's kind of where I'm beginning to think too.
And this is them, but like you said, he's going to Cleveland first. Usually, when you get to meet with somebody and they don't often when they don't leave the building, they're going to sign there. So you generally don't let the guy leave the building.
So this is a breaking news one, not related to the Giants, but you mentioned him earlier. I'll let you do the breaking news thing if you want to do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was responding to somebody.
I thought I was giving you the cue, and
I botched this. I have a great video, by the way. If we do sign Rodgers, that's what I want to use. Yes, breaking. That's too long. We have to shorten that.
Yeah, we do, because it took forever that Dave actually Cy actually got it in the thing. Evan Ingram to Denver for a 2-year deal. So Evan Ingram, tight end, off the market to the Denver Broncos. That's a good move for them.
Denver is going to be an interesting football team to watch moving forward. So
you've got to believe. First off, again, I'm 100% believer, and Cy, I would love for your comment on this. I'm 100% believer in coach, system, players. I don't like coaches coming on board and players being added that don't seem to mesh to anything in particular, or you force players that don't like, I bring this up often, but when you go and get a freaking linebacker to come in and play, which everything says he's a 3-4 outside linebacker only, and you are playing a 4-3, it just is idiotic. Or you get a quarterback who you're a run option team, and for us, you brought in this goddamn statue of a quarterback in Glennon, thinking that somehow he could take over for Daniel Jones. You've got to have guys. If you have a system, then you get guys to fit the system, or you mold your system around your guys. But there's got to be that cohesion. And what I've seen with the Giants, again, it goes to like getting the pieces kind of thing. The Giants tend to chase pieces. We never seem to get a system in place and the guys all fit the system. And that's a real problem that I think that we have, where I think Denver has a huge advantage. I think it's why Bo Nix played so much better than a lot of people thought, because of the fact that you had a coach with a system in mind, and that quarterback fit that system so well, it thrived, it flourished. Even when he struggled early on, they still were okay because that system fit him and the rest of the players.
Yeah. I just think Denver's is an interesting team. I mean, I think I agree with Cy. I think that's a good fit. You know what? I wonder what Evan Ingram would have been like with Dable as coach too in our system. Of course, we don't have a quarterback. That's the problem. But I kind of Evan Ingram's issues in New York to me were mental. It seemed like when the game was on the line, and it's not just the Philadelphia game that everyone brings up, though that's the most painful one. All he had to do was catch that ball, and we beat Philadelphia. But It seemed like when the game was on the line, he tipped the ball or he dropped the ball. There were at least, John, tell me, your memory is better than mine.
Oh, he's horrible.
At least 2 or 3 interceptions off his hands.
Oh, absolutely. Seattle, he bounced the ball right.
But it happened more than once, and then it was like, God damn it. And they weren't bad throws.
Against Tampa on that Monday night game. I mean, it was constant. That Philadelphia game is the worst one. That game we win if he makes that catch.
And he would do just enough teasing to keep you interested. Almost. But it got to the point that everybody on the website was done with him. They were like, we're done. And then, of course, he goes on. And he was one of those guys, and it happens in all sports. You need to change the scenery. They're just baseball player, basketball player, football. You see it all the time. It's just some guys just need to get out of Dodge and go to a new team. And he just needed to get out of New York because it had gotten into his head at that point.
And I don't think he's changed dramatically with the Jaguars. They threw him the ball a lot, but he still had drops every now and then. He still had stuff that batted in the air. I just think he's a fine player for what they're going to do. You got to expect that every now and then he's going to drop the ball, and every now and then he's going to tip it up to the wrong team. But if you can hit him in stride, don't do it the one thing he's not great at is in traffic. Hit him in stride, let him run and catch it. But in traffic, he tends to, I don't know if he just shortens his arms up a little bit or what it is, but he tends to lose focus on the ball. And that's when, especially when he would turn and defenders would be right next to him, there were so many that would just go through his hands off his shoulder pad and be intercepted. That happened a lot. Diana Rossini is just sharing, it seems to be nothing more than kind of a stream of consciousness, but it seems pretty consistent. Vikings decision makers are still evaluating their options at quarterback, including the possibility of signing Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
The four-time MVP is intrigued by playing in Minnesota. For now, it's a waiting game. But again, that's what I don't understand. The Giants can't be waiting for Rodgers if he's thinking it might be Minnesota, it might be Pittsburgh, it might be the Giants. That means you don't give a shit. You're just waiting for something else to pop up.
Is it your opinion that my opinion has been that if Minnesota says they're interested, he's going there? I don't have any inside information. I'm just basing that on, it seems like that's where he would want to go. And it seems like he's almost hoping that they will jump into the fray.
I would think money has to come into play, though. You know what I mean? Because he's a money guy. So if Minnesota,
he's got a lot of money in the bank. I agree with you. Money,
yeah,
talks,
but you know, but
money in the bank.
I agree with that. But money means a lot more status if you go and take less money when you know other quarterbacks are getting more than you, or if the Giants are offering you a ton, or the Steelers are offering you a ton. If he's motivated by championships. And that's something we don't know. Rodgers has never acted like he's motivated. He seems to be more motivated by his own stuff, by his perception of who he is, by what he thinks other people think of him. Seems to be more of a motivating factor of creating that persona than winning championships. That's just my opinion.
Tiki mentioned yesterday that they have sunk a lot of money into renovating. The Rodgers family has sunk a lot of money in renovating their house in New Jersey. So I just throw that out there. That's another selling point for him staying in New York. Is he and apparently it's a huge house too. It's a gorgeous house that overlooks the skyline. So that's another reason why he might come here. But my God, if the Vikings get back into this, now I know why the Giants might be wanting to meet with Wilson too. Sai's leaving.
Yeah.
Well, Sai, thank you for coming on. You're always welcome to come on here. If you're still listening, you might not even be on here, but it's always great to have you come on here. Because that was cool. That was cool to get his
absolutely
immediately on the signing and the conversation with Evan Neal. That was good. So I don't know what you want to do. I think we've gone on for 3.5 hours here. We probably should wrap this up. I thought we'd have some. I thought we'd know.
So what would you give? What would you give a grade for the Giants so far here in free agency the offseason? What is Eric Kennedy's grade?
Oh, it's so difficult because how do you give a grade without factoring in the quarterback mess?
That's really up to you.
Right, if you take out the quarterback, again, they spent money to completely revamp their secondary, and these are not, as long as Adebo's leg is fine. If he regains his form and Holland's the player he's been, our secondary is going to kick ass. We should have a kick. I mean, our secondary could be one of the best in the NFL. Because Banks has a lot to do with that too. But I really like what they did there. I thought Golston's the most fascinating pick. And the special teamer, 65 tackles in 7 years. That's incredible figure. We have to figure out what offensive line. We have to figure out quarterback. Right now, I'd give him a B. And it could be higher but if Rodgers signs here. Or if we get a really good guard. I like what they've done, but everything hinges on the quarterback. I mean, that's where I am right now. And some of this is not in their hands. Some of this is it's their own doing because they don't have a backup plan. So you can say it is their own doing because they put them in the situation. But they did everything they could do to get Matthew Stafford, and they've done everything they could do to get Aaron Rodgers. And they're striking out so far. And that's how I look at it.
Real quick. This is from Philly Godfather Sports Better, and then shared by somebody else. Rumors out of Philly: A.J. Brown will be traded. So keep an eye on that. I had a feeling that might happen. It seemed like Brown and Hurts were not on the same page, and the Eagles always move on at the right moment and then bring other guys in. So, and they're in a good position. I mean, they don't have to necessarily go and sign somebody. They
That's
can,
interesting that two teams have gotten rid of him, though, too.
and after a certain amount of time, it seems like some guys just wear out their welcome.
Yeah.
Tom Rock he posted an interesting thing. It's not worded well, but I'll try to interpret what he meant. He goes with a picture of Salvador Dali's famous painting of the melting clocks. He goes, "It's foolish to believe that the Salvador Dali clocks ticking inside Aaron Rodgers' head are synced with the timing by which the rest of us abide." So it is kind of interesting because, I mean, Rodgers is a different dude. Like, he just kind of does he has his own beliefs on a whole lot of stuff. And I think he still thinks that he is way up at the top. He is the guy. And 41 years old, you're good. You're way better than anything we've had. But to hold the league hostage, the only reason that it is because the Steelers are desperate. We're desperate. The Vikings are kind of over here. They might be. The Titans were hinted at being in. I just can't imagine they're going to spend that kind of money when you don't really have anything at wide receiver. What do you have? What, Ridley? You have nothing else outside of that. You don't really have a tight end. Your running backs are Pollard, who's on the downside of his career. You overpaid for Pollard. And then I think I'm trying to remember who else they have at running back. They've got nothing really overall that would make me, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, want to go there.
What is it with these ex-Green Bay quarterbacks who can't make up their mind? You know, Favre with the retirement, I'm not going to retire, and now this with this crap. It's annoying. Look, we could debate Aaron Rodgers' views on a whole slew of things. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yes.
Who's a tremendous football player, but going back to his Green Bay days as a football player and his personality as a football player, which you got to be a little bit cocky. He's always been a little douchey. He has been. When he was
sure,
with the Packers, he was a little bit. Remember, even our linebacker there mocked him with his.
Did the discount double check
thing. Yeah. Who was that? What linebacker? It was Was it Boley?
It might have been.
Whoever in chat might remember, but he was always a little bit douchey, and he was always one of those guys. When you beat the Packers, you kind of were glad that he was humbled. And of course, I'm not a big fan of the Jets either, and so it was kind of funny to watch that fall apart. But the guy can play. So I've got mixed emotions on this.
So, Arcade, I would say this. I think Hyatt is only going to be tradable if he's part of a package of something else. So if the shits and giggles, if the Giants were trading with San Francisco and we were getting Ayuk and we were moving picks around, Hyatt might be a throw in to that because they would take a young player who's cheap at the same position of a player that they're trading away. He brings almost no value. He's done nothing on the field, and every team knows it. They know that the Giants, the fact that we re-signed Slayton kills any trade value that we have for Hyatt. We're basically giving him away for nothing at that point.
And the only thing I'll throw in there, too, is we're still very thin numbers-wise at wide receiver right now. We still do not have a lot of wide receivers under contract. So some of this is, and again, I hate to bring this up, but you always have to assume the worst and somebody tears a knee or gets hurt, right, and you have to have a backup plan. So right now, unless somebody, like John says, is part of a bigger deal or blows you away with something, I can't imagine anybody would give it anything for him other than a really low draft pick. And right now, he's got more value as insurance in case somebody. And I've said it before. I still want to see Hyatt with a real quarterback. So I want to see Wandell with a real quarterback. I want to see Malik Neighbors with a real quarterback. We haven't had
the Giants with a real quarterback.
I mean, you've seen this. I mean, it's starting to really settle in with a lot of Giants fans. We really haven't had a quarterback since Eli. And the last few years of Eli weren't good either, and a lot of that had to do with the team around him too. But New York Giants, where there's been a whole generation of Giants fans now that don't know what good quarterback play looks like in New York, and
right,
and it's really sad. I mean, that's the fiasco of the 6 years that they spent with Daniel Jones. It's like again, my wife doesn't pay attention to a lot of this stuff, and she's like, Daniel Jones sucks. What are you? Why is there even a debate on this? And I would tell her there's 3 new threads this morning on Daniel Jones and how they haven't surrounded him with enough weapons. And
so
she's
we're
like,
getting, there's a report here. I'll put this on the screen. This is a Giants report. We're getting Smith Marset back.
oh, good. I like him.
And then we talked about him as being a guy and I'm telling you, we have our special teams locked up, minus our kicker possibly getting hurt before a game. Not that hasn't happened 2 years ago.
This is the guy you and I thought they should bring back.
No, I agree, but I'm just getting tired of all our special team signings. We should. I mean, kicker and punter is important because we're probably going to be kicking. Well, we won't kick off often, but we're definitely going to be punting a lot if we don't get a goddamn quarterback.
Hey, we got our punter back though.
What do you think of? And I wish I could remember who posted it. The report that the Giants might be all in on Hunter as a wide receiver over a corner.
Who said that? Though?
That's the problem is I can't remember who said it. It was on.
No, I haven't seen that.
It was on X, and they were saying that the Giants really are intrigued, especially if they get Rodgers, that they're intrigued about getting Hunter as a wide receiver who would play some corner.
Yeah, the thing that I have said here, because people were asking about the asshat comments, the only thing I did see from a recent asshat reaching out to me privately was the Giants, and I know you had a negative reaction to this, was he nailed it out of the park with their meeting with him at the combine, that they were really impressed with him as a human being, as a player at the combine. Now, does that mean they're going to draft him? I don't know, but they really were impressed when they met with Hunter at the combine. They came out of that meeting going, wow, that's an impressive young man. So where they would play him, I don't know. Like Cy has talked about before, he's a little dubious that we have the coaching staff that would know how to take advantage of his skill set. That, you know, he said that a few times too, because we haven't shown the ability to do that. When they had even the little amount of time Tony was here, you knew Tony was going to get the ball when they brought him on the field. It was like, hey, Tony's coming out. They're going to throw the football to him.
Yeah, they're going to run a reverse.
Watch where Tony goes. And then they would wonder why Tony got nailed for a 1-yard loss on a wide receiver screen. Well, because you only play it, you throw the ball to him when he comes on. That's where you throw it
when he comes on. You're like, you're getting it. Yeah, that's.
Oh no, this isn't this. Yeah, this. No, I don't see that at all. This to me, he's strictly
it's special teams. It's special teams. Yeah.
I'm
not sure where this is coming from. Someone posted, if the Titans sign Carson Wentz today, I'll be breaking my sobriety tonight. So I don't know if the Titans are meeting with Carson Wentz, but that's interesting to note that someone's worried that they'll sign him.
Oh. But my father hated Ron Dane. My dad just.
Oh my God, Ron Dane! Don't.
My dad hated Ron Dane. I used to try to defend Ron Dane with my dad, and he would have he wouldn't have none of it.
Nothing was better than getting a guy who had something like 9,000 carries in college and bringing him into the NFL, who had his speed was first gear to first gear. Whatever he was doing when he got the ball was the same speed he was doing halfway down the field, if he ever made it past the line of scrimmage. That sucked.
Yeah, Michael, my dad was calling me up nonstop during the Vikings Giants 2000 NFC Championship game and going, "Are you watching this? This is great. You know, it's already 14-0." Then he would call up, "They've got to stop giving the ball to Ron Dane." Because I don't know if you remember in that game, he couldn't score from the 1 or 2 yard line, and then there was an interception because the ball went right off his hands.
Yeah,
It got deflected and picked off, and no dang. I actually end up kind of feeling a little bit sorry for him, but yeah, that's another one of those. We went through some running backs that didn't. I mean, you know who another sure bet running back was Tyrone Wheatley. Tyrone Wheatley and Ron Dane were supposed to be sure things.
And once again, the Giants don't draft a goddamn running back from the Big Ten in the first round. Please stop.
Butch Wolfolk,
Tyrone Wheatley, Ron Dane. I mean, cut the shit out.
Michigan guys. Michigan. They love drafting guys out of Michigan.
Well, we also had the Wisconsin guy, but
in Wisconsin, but the Butch Wolfolk.
do you remember? Does anybody in chat remember the old game called QB1 that were played in bars, where you could predict the next play that was coming up, and so you'd be competing all across the United States.
No, that sounds cool though.
So I played in a game. I love these stories. I played in a game. This would be early '90s. I don't remember exactly what year. And I was in a bar. It was called Bambino's in Burlington, Vermont. And but I'm playing, and you're playing with all these other people. And the Giants are playing the Redskins. I want to say it might have been a Thursday night game. It could have been a Sunday. I don't remember. It was a nighttime game. And there were at the time there were 77,000 people playing at that time. We're all at the same time, bars all over the United States. I came in third. Oh. I predicted to play after play after play. You know why? Because the Giants ran up the fucking middle on first down almost every single time. It wasn't hard to go short pass center. Why? Because the quarterback would just dump it off. I think it was Dave Brown was the quarterback at the time. It was not hard. I came in third out of like 70 some odd thousand people.
When John starts telling these stories about his personal experiences, I'm going to bring up the meme of Grandpa Simpson's talking about, which was the style at the time when he had the onion on his belt. Oh, God.
Jeez.
Remember back when
Get off my lawn, goddamn it. I miss those days, though.
I know. I mean, I want to get back to when the team was winning. So, all right, I think we should probably wrap this up soon. Unless I can keep going, but I don't think.
No, I think
if Russell Wilson's coming to the Giants on Friday, I don't think we're going to see an Aaron Rodgers decision today. Maybe, I mean, if we do it, but it's not going to be the Giants.
I don't. Well, here's the thing. Someone posted a picture of Aaron Rodgers supposedly earlier today, just walking on a beach wrapped in a blanket with earphones, earbuds in, just walking around. Aaron Rodgers is the kind of guy that will make you just wait for him. It's just his style. It's his MO.
But that's annoying as hell.
It is. But you know what? You know what that says to me though? You have the power to do it. This isn't like the Kansas City Chiefs are going, Aaron, we need to hear from you today. We got a chance at the Super Bowl next year. You know, Patrick's injured. We need you to come on board. This is the New York Giants going, we won 3 games last year. You want to come play for us? So, you know, it sucks. I don't like being a fan of a team that's in that position, but that's where we are. And that's why I keep saying you got to win games. Don't give me the bullshit about, culture wins. How do you know what's a culture win and what's a win? You got to start winning, and it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row, and it's got to be built. What it can't be is random games here and there with a bunch of guys that aren't even going to be on the team next year. That's the problem that we have. It's always we win a game with a bunch of guys that aren't going to be there next year, and it didn't mean anything.
Okay,
we need to win this year.
So before we get off, because people have been asking me, when am I going to clean up the roster and take off the UFAs that are still on the Giants that haven't been signed? And I say the same thing every year. We've got to see who they resign in the first week or so, because I don't want to take them off and then have to put them right back on again. So we just saw with Amir Smith-Marset that he's back. So I just want real quick, I just want to read these names because I don't think we're going to resign most of these guys now. So Drew Lock, Tim Boyle, quarterback. You and I are both no on that. We've said that before.
I'll say this: if the Giants sign Aaron Rodgers, don't be surprised if we sign Aaron Boyle or Tim Boyle to back up. They have a relationship. Boyle was in Green Bay before. You would want a guy. I don't think the Giants are going to go all out to get a quarterback in the draft unless it's much lower. DeVito would be the odd man out ultimately anyway. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's the only reason Boyle would come back. Okay. Well, that and we don't have anybody else.
And now with Smith-Marset back, Gunner's probably not coming back, I would think.
Agreed.
And then Chris Hubbard was not good at tackle. Some people, Giants fans, want Greg Van Roten back. I think they can move on. I think their interest in Freeze indicates that they want to move on. Same with Stinney. Though maybe Stinney comes back as a backup, a guard, but I wouldn't be shocked if they re-signed Stinney, but
What do you think of Phillips? What do you think of Phillips?
I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Phillips who? Who are we talking about?
The tackle. Am I making?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
he ended up Tyree Phillips. He ended up on the practice squad, and they re-signed only 5 practice squad players, and they didn't re-sign him.
We didn't bring him back. Okay.
We never brought. So I assume they're not going to bring him back. I'm sorry, I had a brain.
No, that's fine. I thought we did bring him back. That's why I was.
No, they only brought back the 2 centers, Morrissey and Hudson, and then Casey Rodgers and Blacklock on the defensive tackle. We know virtually nothing about Blacklock here because he didn't do anything when he was here. But he was a former high round pick. So
he was out of Texas. He was a well-known college player, but again, one of those guys that hasn't really done it in the pros.
Right. So I could see maybe Van Roten or Stinney as a backup, but I'm maybe on Stinney. Armand Watts suffered a serious knee injury at the end of the year. He may have torn his ACL. They took him off on a cart. We never got an update on that. So I don't. Ojulari is another name that keeps coming up that I just don't know why he would want to come back. Matthew Adams seems to now expendable to me because they basically are replacing him with the special teamer they just signed with the Ravens. So I don't know why you would bring Matthew Adams back, and then your guy I say is Simmons. I mean,
Jesus,
if they're not going to use him, why bring him back? So I don't think there's many people here left out there that they're going to bring back on our side. There's Greg Strom in the corner, but we didn't see enough of him. I don't know what they feel about him. So, and Ty Summers wasn't bad, but now that they're getting into a numbers issue with inside linebackers now. So, I don't know if there's anybody out there in the chat, if there's somebody out there who thinks we should be bringing back, but I think we're not going to re-sign too many. The reason I'm bringing this up is Smith Marset being re-signed is we're still seeing Deontay Johnson. They're going to tender, and so there are still bringing back some players. I just don't know. I don't think they're going to bring back too many more. I wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so. Malik Collins was released by the 49ers, and he has reached an agreement with the Cleveland Browns on a 2-year, $20 million deal. So defensive tackle Malik Collins, $13 million guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, we're not going to hear a quarterback thing today. That seems pretty obvious unless somehow Rodgers comes out of the woodwork and goes, I'm going to the Giants. And it just doesn't seem like that's in the cards at the moment. So I would think the next steps really, if Wilson comes to visit and Rodgers hasn't done anything, I suspect we lock up Wilson. They can't go any further. They've got to have somebody. And if you're bringing him in, that he's the other somebody. Do
you think Rodgers is trying to see which team cracks first?
I think he's waiting for another team to come into play. Because somebody like that. Because I don't think the Steelers are that. I don't think they're that appealing as a lot of people want to think. They are. It's a much different organization. Are they willing to let him be the Pat McAfee every week guy? You're not bigger than the coach. That's always been a big deal to them. They keep shit down. And Rodgers is a me kind of guy. I'm not saying he can't play for them, but it's almost out of the Steelers' norm to go get that guy. So I'm wondering how much he really wants to go there. And Minnesota's really attractive. What I have to believe is Minnesota hasn't offered him anything. They're just sitting back going, maybe he'll want to come to us. Now, the other option, too, is what goes on in San Francisco? If San Francisco decides that they're going to take a different route, but they want Rodgers to come over, he's a California guy.
But they seem to be gutting their team a little bit, too.
They are gutting their team, but they could also very easily kind of – I mean, you still got McCaffrey, you still got Kittle. You've got
Kittle's good, isn't
it? You've got Jennings. You've got what's his face? Pearsall, the guy who got shot last year. He came back and played quite a bit.
I wish we had their head coach.
Yeah. I like
a big fan.
No, I do. He's very up and down though. They've had peaks and really valleys, peaks and valleys. You give me freaking O'Connell of Minnesota, and we're winning constantly.
Yeah.
The only thing Minnesota has really lacked is a defense. Their offense, no matter who their quarterback has been very consistent. It's their defense that's been a problem.
I tell you what, if Pittsburgh fires Tomlin next offseason, I'm calling Tomlin right away too. So I think that.
Agreed.
Yeah. And plus, there's a family connection between us and them. I hate to get off because
I think we
there's
something will happen.
Something will happen, but we've been on almost 4 hours, and I think we'll start putting people to sleep.
Yeah, and I mean we're beating a dead horse at this point.
Yeah, we are. We're just
as far as that goes. And I do like the questions that people throw in, and other people have joined in at different times. There's other people that are in the chat and things like that. So that's awesome. Our plan going forward would be if something surprising happens.
I want to use my video if something happens that's really big. I can't use it with Smith Marset. I mean, it doesn't work.
We'll be shifting gears in the very near future to the draft. I want to start getting other draft folks in. I've reached out to a couple of people. I would like to get some of the players just because it's always fun to kind of talk to some of them. It's really hard to get folks now. I had a lot of luck in the past, but now everybody has their own PR teams and everybody has a freaking podcast and stuff. So it's hard to get a player to be willing to come on. But
everybody does have a podcast for everything now.
It is, and well, it's weird. It's weird when the players themselves, like you've got you've got Parsons with Dallas. He has a podcast where he's bringing players from other teams on. I'm like, why the hell are you talking to this guy in the season?
Yeah,
after the season, sure.
Everyone's got a podcast, but
I don't want to talk to you in the season.
Hey,
I hate you.
Television's so much shit on TV. We watch YouTube all the time now because there's so much crap on TV. All right, I do want to ask one last question because it's the $1 million question, and again, it's me still being kind of really surprised that it's taking this long. What is Aaron Rodgers doing right now? What is he doing? Why isn't he made a decision right now? I mean, he knew this was coming up for. This hasn't been like this is all new and it's been the last few days. He knew this was coming up, and don't tell me about you can't start talking. Agents talk all the time. They knew what teams were going to be in play for weeks here. This is, to me, it's getting to the absurd level that he can't pick between teams. It sounds like you think it's because he's hoping for another team to jump in. But is that really what's going on here?
I think he knows he has the Giants and the Steelers over a barrel. And in reality, he wants a better opportunity. Now, both the Giants and the Steelers, which just like he was with the Jets and he was with Green Bay, are cold weather teams. When you're 41 years old, maybe you're thinking I can be a little more productive in a dome. I can be a little more productive where it's warmer. But I don't think the interest from a lot of other teams have been there. That's the problem. The other teams that have noticeable holes, Tennessee being one, they're bad teams. They don't have a lot to offer him. The Giants at least have Neighbors, a very young guy, a potentially young, good tight end. We have another young, good wide receiver that we think could be exploited more with a better quarterback. You have a solid Darius Slayton. You've got a young rookie or now second-year running back with a lot of ability both in the run and the pass. There are options there for him. For the Steelers, you've got two big-time wide receivers now, a decent O-line, a good tight end. Your running game is kind of up in the air now because you don't really know what you got. So I think he wants a better opportunity, and it's the Giants and the Steelers are the two things, and he knows both teams are probably looking for his replacement right away. Like they're looking for a guy to replace him very quickly. So it's money, but I think there's something else. Plus, he's a goddamn diva. He likes the attention.
It's annoying.
And he's annoying. And right now,
I'm annoyed. I don't like this. I don't like this, John. It's
I agree. And it's the problem is the Giants are bent over a barrel. We all know it. We're all and we're like, come on. But that's why I think if I'm the Giants, if you think Russell Wilson, I don't give a shit if you think he's this far down, but he's this much ahead of every other option. And you know you got to win, and you know you don't have a quarterback, and you can't guarantee who you'll get in the draft. At 3, you can't. then you go get Wilson. Then you just say, screw Aaron Rodgers. I'm done waiting. Go get Wilson and then build your team.
But he's going to Cleveland first. And they may not let him leave the building.
But they don't I will say this. They don't have the financial flexibility that we do.
Right.
That is the difference.
But how free agency works. Where you go first matters.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And at the very least, you can come back to the Giants and go, Cleveland offered me this much. Even if they didn't, you can try to talk it up, because if Cleveland offered you a little bit, I've got a fallback option. I don't have to go to the Giants if I don't want to. So yeah, the Giants are in a position right now where basically you're paying a premium because you totally effed up how you're handling this.
I'm seeing, unless Aaron Rodgers comes here, I'm seeing Shedeur Sanders as a Giant. That's what I'm seeing right now. That's what my gut tells me right now.
It's more of a possibility if Cleveland signs Wilson or another quarterback. So if they get a Cousins, which they've been rumored about possibly being in on a trade for Cousins, which seems weird to me why you would bring a guy coming off an Achilles to replace the guy who just got an Achilles, but whatever. Do what you got to do. It's a weird possibility. But if they get another quarterback, then I don't see them drafting one.
Well, they've already brought Pickett in, so it seems like Cousins isn't going to happen either if they're bringing Wilson in. Why are they talking to Wilson if they really want Cousins?
Because Cousins you have to trade for, and that's not a given.
I know, but there are people out there who have said that there's a legitimate chance that's going to happen. So if that was, I'm not bringing in Wilson.
Because I would if I can't seem to work. You don't know that they haven't been talking to the Falcons already, and they can't work out the compensation.
Well, sure.
And the dollar amount.
What I'm saying is I think Cousins isn't going to Cleveland now.
Well, keep in mind that Cousins' contract is big. So you're assuming that contract, and you already got a big one in Watson. So I think there's possibility you'd have to redo that thing. You bring in Wilson maybe to push the Falcons. Hey, you want to do a deal or not? We'll sign somebody else if you don't. So there's a lot of reasons to do that. To me, it's the most advantageous person in this situation or entity is Wilson to go to Cleveland to up the Giants offer.
Trainmaster, can you imagine if in this situation what Papa Sanders would be saying if Rodgers maybe not playing so well? So
Sanders has a respect for other people who will be wearing gold jackets. And Aaron Rodgers will be.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I feel the opposite is if the Giants get Russell Wilson on the other hand, and he struggles, and you have Sanders, then you could bet Dion's kind of going, "Why is my kid on the bench? Why you should be playing him?" And again, that's the big problem. That's the other problem that Daboll has to consider too. You bring on Sanders, you better hope that it's not a package deal down the road that when you get fired, Dion's getting your job. Yeah, because that's out there.
But remember, Daboll fist bumping and
he's an idiot that way.
High fiving. He doesn't even have any concern about that. He seems to have found himself another dog. So your favorite word, dog.
I was going to say Dexter. Excuse me, DeMarcus Lawrence, the former Cowboy. He is now a Seattle Seahawk.
Okay, DeMarcus Lawrence was one of those guys that I thought if they lost Ojulari. And they could get me because DeMarcus is towards the end. I thought, he
gets hurt a lot. He gets hurt.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I left him off. So when we did our free agent preview, I mentioned Chauncey Golston. I almost wrote DeMarcus Lawrence down as if you could get him at the right price kind of guy. I wouldn't have made a. I don't know what. I'd be curious to know what the numbers were there. I would not.
I've got the numbers.
If there were significant.
3 years, $42 million.
Oh, no, that's ridiculous.
Max value, $18 million guaranteed.
No. I was thinking about since he's towards the end, if you could get him.
I don't understand what Seattle's doing.
No, that's weird. Yeah, you know what's weird is they had on. That was what I was talking about. On ESPN this morning when they were doing winners and losers, they were saying Seattle was one of the winners, and I'm like, now you can make an argument. I could see where you could say they did some good things and they lost some things, but the winner of all the teams so far, I was like, what? who would say Seattle of all 32 teams? One of the guys came up with Seattle as being the number one winner in free agency. I thought that was weird.
Dallas has signed Jack Sanborn to a 1-year deal. The Cowboys expect him to compete at middle linebacker.
And you posted earlier there was a trade with the Cowboys. I missed that. The terms on
Yeah,
that.
they got a corner Kamir Elam from Buffalo. I believe it was it's like a 5th and something for a 6th and a future 7th or something like that.
Yeah, Peter, I'm getting a feeling that it's Shador. I mean, it's just something I feel like in my bones that's going to happen. And it was something weird last year too. I know this is just nonsense, but I can't tell you how many times even during the NFL season, nonstop my Twitter feed was getting flooded with Malik Neighbors highlights, and I was like, are the football gods trying to tell me something? And I wish I had posted that during the draft season last year, because the Giants did a pretty good job of keeping their interest in Malik quiet. Now, a lot of pundits had them taking Malik, but when you heard, it wasn't just the asshats, but when you heard the reporters and everybody talking, Malik was always considered, if they were going to go wide receiver, we were debating whether it would even be Odunze or, that type of thing. So they did a pretty good job last year of hiding that. So I don't think they've done a good job of hiding their interest in Shador, which makes me, that's the only thing that makes me wonder is if they, what is this? Eric talks so tough online, and this is what he looks like. Yes. Sorry to disappoint you.
What I'd be curious at with what you were just talking about is, and I don't know if we could ever get it. I would like to know the Giants rankings after we know they ranked the 3 quarterbacks high, and position does have value versus some of the other positions. So because we had a need, we know that that they had, Williams, Daniels, May were way high.
Mm-hmm.
Where was McCarthy in their rankings versus Neighbors? Where was Penix? Where was Nix in those rankings? Because that would kind of explain the John Merrick conversation that says you can trade up for one of those guys. Don't give up the farm, but you could trade up if that's what you want to do. But I would think he held them accountable. Like, if you don't, though, you got to stick to your process and board, which is if you got guys rated way up here and your quarterback is way down here, you can't force it. That's what I want to know. Where was McCarthy or Penix or Nix next in line quarterback-wise versus whatever else they had slotted above? How far down were they?
Well, if we believe they did not reenact the scene in Hard Knocks, we kind of know the answer to that, because they were not on that slide.
Right, you couldn't see
them. They were going over with the owners about what their plan was. So those other 3 quarterbacks weren't even in that picture. Now, you could make the argument that they reenacted that for the video because they didn't want to put that in there. I don't know if they would go back and do that. But what was interesting is the players that were on there, the tight end being on there, for instance. But if you're going to accept that as face value, then the other 3 quarterbacks weren't even in the conversation, which is interesting because, like we've talked about, McCarthy was sure he was going to the Giants. He went on Rich Eisen, and he was like, he was practically said, "I'm going to be a Giant." He was convinced. You don't do that for any other reason other than the fact that you think it's going to happen too. There's nothing for McCarthy to go on there and say that, and it doesn't happen.
Here's an interesting thing with X. We'll wrap this up in a second.
Yeah.
Vikes Insider shared a comment saying the Vikings offered free agent safety Javon Holland over $21 million per year.
I saw that.
But he declined. Javon Holland comes back and goes, "No point in lying to the public. This is cap." So basically, Holland's going, "That didn't happen."
Yeah, I saw that. And there are a number of Twitter accounts out there that are now trying to just get traffic by putting out crap. We have to be a little bit careful about that. So I was up front with the Twitter, the stuff I put out from the asshats. I said, I have no idea. I said, you got to take this at face value, but this is what what's out there from the asshats. I said, if you hate this stuff, don't listen to it. But this is what's out there. And so far, they've been wildly inconsistent. They hit it on. They were spot on with Aaron Rodgers, and they were spot on with Matthew Stafford. But they've been all over the place on more of the Aaron Rodgers stuff and the draft. They're all over the place. And I'm talking about the same people too.
So real quick, and then we're gonna call it a show. So please like, subscribe. We're so close. We're at 927 subscribers. Please let's get to 1,000 and we'll go from there. What do you think? Putting the Giants aside for the moment, what do you think of Daniel Jones signing with the Colts and competing with Richardson? Which, the more it sounds, the Colts can say anything they want. They're not interested in Richardson being their starter.
This is going to sound mean. I'm so tired of Daniel Jones. I don't care. I mean, I'm just tired of it. I mean, I'm tired of the threads on him. I'm tired of, even the thing that was the sports reporters tweeting out that we're all waiting on Daniel Jones. The sooner Daniel Jones is out of football, the better for me. I mean, he's got his money. I wish him well, but I will not look back on these years with anything but just bad memories. And I'm just so done. So again, I told my wife, he's signed with the Colts. She's like, why would anyone sign Daniel Jones? I said, well, he's probably going to start there. She's, why would anyone want to start him? So it's,
well, because they have Richardson, which they way overdrafted.
But the Colts, I don't know what salary cap wise, but if the Colts said we'll give you Richardson for a 6th-round draft pick, I'd take him. Right?
Oh, absolutely. I threw that out there during back in the before the trade deadline because I thought they might want to move on from him. You take him as a flyer development guy. My big concern with him is my same problem with Deonte Banks.
The quitting.
When he pulled himself out of that game, not even out of the game. He pulled himself out of the freaking drive because he was tired. I'm like, you can't be Jesus, Eli was getting the shit beat out of him in San Francisco. He could have said, I'm out at any point in time in that game from the beating he took. At no point did he go, geez, I'm tired. That's a bad look. For a guy in your 20s, that's a really bad look that you were too tired as a quarterback, by the way, you couldn't just drop back and throw the ball. You didn't have to run, but you're too tired and you took yourself out.
Well, what do you think about the New York Post report that he said that came out today that said Daniel Jones's feelings were hurt, that they made it clear in Hard Knocks that they didn't really like him? Did you see that?
I saw that, and I did comment on it. My big problem that I have with that perception, because people were like, well, the Giants really made it obvious. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit that they made it obvious. What I care about is you made it obvious, and then you didn't do anything to possibly mitigate a potential in not being ready, a possible later injury because of he's injury prone, or the fact that he just might not be that freaking good, which is the reason why you were looking to replace him anyway.
Hence my comment earlier about they didn't have a backup plan. That's why I'm mad about that. But it does also explain the bug-eyed look that we saw him in his first press conference after that. Remember that horrible look?
Yes.
And I don't care what people say. He did look like that. If you go back, sometimes you can get, like when the screen froze earlier and I was joking about, oh, that's a great look. You can catch people looking bad, but if you go back and actually look at that press conference, the whole press conference, his eyes were like, it looked like he had.
Who was the coach for the Jets that he got hired and he had that bug-eyed look in one of his press conferences? It was so freaky.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He had come from the Dolphins. I can't remember his name. But anyway,
so many Jets coaches.
I
don't know.
This was just a couple of years ago. He was on. He was like, he literally looked like he was on something. His freaking eyes were like.
Yeah, well, Daniel looked like he was having a kind of a meltdown. It didn't look good.
You and I knew that all the prediction stuff that we did was going out the door on the first drive against the Texans in the preseason game when he throws the interception. We were like, oh my God, no. Everything it's happening. It's happening again.
But people continue to try to minimize it. I mean, you saw it. People were like, oh, it's not that big a deal. I'm so tired of the excuses. Get them more weapons. Get them more weapons. I saw I saw a Twitter account yesterday where somebody was it seemed to be contradicted. It had a lot of followers. This person's got a ton of followers, a Giants fan,
Yep.
and he was saying Daniel Jones will show everybody.
There's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, there's Aaron Rodgers. Will show everybody on when he gets with the Colts that he can be an all-pro. That he just needed to have these people around him. But the same person was then defending nonstop Shane and what Shane's done, which to me seems to completely, because if you really believe in Daniel Jones, then you should be mad at Shane for Shane dumping Dan. It doesn't even make any sense to me.
Yeah, no, it was.
People aren't even being logical on this anymore. So the Jones following has become a bit of a cult. It's
oh god, yeah,
odd.
Yeah.
So
I think we'll wrap it here.
Yeah.
We will jump on if something major does happen. If not, then we'll be back at the beginning of next week. We'll kind of recap where we are. We'll let you know ahead of time of kind of what we're thinking for next week. Might not do them live every single time. It's fun to do, but it ranging when you're going to do it, especially if you're going to have guests and we want to interview them. And so I like to have a little more control over that. But
oh god, yeah. And I didn't think we were going to stay on this long. I just thought we'd come on for an hour or so, but it's just been fun,
Sure.
And I was kept waiting for Rodgers' announcement to be announced, and here we are. I mean, John, I can't believe it. I mean, we're going to go into another day, and Rodgers isn't going to tell us. I mean, I'm getting a little pissed off.
Well, it's not even and it's not even me for Rodgers. It's the fact that we've gone now and we have Tommy DeVito. We have gone through the major portion of free agency. There are 2 quarterbacks left, but we're kind of hoping either one of them wants to come to us, but we're doing them one after the other. Yeah, it's not a good situation, but you called it a while back. You said we're in a bad position.
I didn't think we would be sitting here on March 12th at 5:00 and still just have Tommy DeVito on the roster. I didn't think that was going to happen.
The worst case scenario happened when we offered a shit ton of money to Stafford, more than he was getting from the Rams. And we offered compensation that the Rams accepted. And Stafford goes, nah, I'll take the less money.
But see, I just think that's proof that he never had any real intention to leave.
I don't think I agree. I think you might be right about Stafford, but I think the Rams basically said enough's enough. We've offered you what we're going to offer you. Go ahead. And the Giants did offer more, but they knew deep down he didn't want to go somewhere either.
But they don't have to do him any favors.
They didn't.
But what I'm saying is, the thing that some people forget is Stafford doesn't have a say where he goes. What it came down to is the Rams didn't want to trade him, but the Rams wanted to get a new contract with them.
Yes, they wanted.
The Giants helped set that value. So
I don't agree with setting the value. They already had the value. They already offered him the contract that he took. Mm-hmm. The Giants offered more. He didn't so they didn't set the contract value.
But that was the premium for going to the Giants, though.
But my point is to what you're saying is, and sorry, I'm going to say this, where I say it's inaccurate. The Rams already offered a dollar amount. That's what they offered. They said, fine, go see if you can get more. They did get more, but they knew he's not going to want to go to New York and give up what he had here. Now, it would have had to been significantly more, I think. It would have had to be, the Giants would have had to come in 15, 20 million more.
Right.
And they're not going to do that. They offered more, and he took less of a deal that was already offered to him.
I think we're talking at cross purposes. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that helped slap Stafford back into reality a little bit, is what I'm saying.
I think he didn't think they would actually let him possibly leave. I think he was being cocky, thinking they wouldn't let him leave, and they did. And they did. They said go for it.
No, but ultimately they didn't do it, though. I mean, I don't think both of them. We can go on and on about this.
Well, the Rams would have taken the Rams would have taken the Giants deal. They had already agreed on compensation,
but they didn't take it, though.
Stafford didn't take it.
Right. But Stafford doesn't have a say.
Yes, he does. They let him decide the contract.
But he doesn't have a no trade clause.
See, I understand what you're saying, but I think you're arguing a point that isn't really the point to be argued. Okay. The fact of the matter is they told him to go ahead and do it. The Giants and the Rams worked out everything that needed to be worked out. Stafford goes, I'm going to take, I want to stay here. I'm taking the money over here. The Rams would have traded him. If he said yes, if he takes that money, the Rams are moving him. They get the compensation that they wanted. And we don't really know what the compensation was. It's been hinted that it was a second round and it was something else and another thing next year. It very easily could have been flipping in the first round. We don't know what it was.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that they didn't really need his blessing to trade him. They could have just traded him.
They need him to agree to the contract because the Rams would then have to eat an accelerated amount of money right now, and the Giants don't want to take it. So that's where that comes into play.
Okay.
But we're on the same page. Yeah. Ultimately, Stafford didn't want to come. The Rams really wanted to keep him, and this is what you get when you're begging.
Right. But I think the Giants thought they had him.
I agree. I think they did too. I think they thought they had Rodgers now too. I think
that's what I'm worried about too.
They threw the money out there, and
that's why I said, and we'll wrap it up. This is a good way to end it. That's why I wonder what John Mara is doing right now. Because remember, you said at the beginning they had the sit-down meeting about tell me about what your plan is moving forward, and now Plan A and Plan B hasn't gone the way that they wanted. So John waddles into the office like he did in Hard Knocks, comes down the hallway, sits down, stands there, sort of leans against the credenza there and says, so what's next? I mean, that to me, so there goes Zeitler. So
yeah, but look where he went.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Are you shoring up your offensive line for your new quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a legit question. Now, if the plan was we will get a veteran, and we didn't name the specific one, but these are the ones we're going to go after. And really, I assume the plan also included how many games are you going to win next year? That has to be. It has to be. You had to. I am willing to bet that Daboll had to say we will win X number of games.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, you're not here. It's going to be that simple. But I also think they probably still also said we will get a young guy. It's just a matter of where, first round or a little bit later. But you've got the worst thing, and then we will close it. I know every time we say that, we do something else.
Everyone's like, what are you guys doing?
But the worst thing that Joe Shane did isn't the stupid Hard Knocks bullshit, because that's stuff we shouldn't have really seen anyway. That's conversations that every goddamn team in the league probably has, but nobody knows them having those conversations.
Right.
The worst thing that he did was when he went publicly in a press conference, I think it was at the Combine, and says, we got to keep taking swings at the quarterback. And goddamn Go Terps probably had a heart attack going, you don't take any swings at a quarterback. So you can't say we got to keep taking swings. You had a perfect opportunity last year. You didn't do anything.
Right.
First round, second round, third round, fourth round. We took no quarterbacks. You signed Drew Lock.
Yeah. And meanwhile, one of the quarterbacks that we were saying that they might want to take a flyer on, and a lot of Giants fans said it, is now maybe on the trade block in New England. And he was one of the guys. And again, I'm not saying he's going to pan out, but Milton, we might be having a different conversation right now if he's on our roster as the developmental guy too. The problem is there's nobody on the roster but DeVito, so we don't. And I think most Giants fans have moved on from DeVito. So
yeah, he had his shot to do something, and he looked really bad.
Yeah. So all
right.
What a piece of starting quarterback and open.
Oh my God. Well, then you can pretty much start counting. We could do the countdown to the number one pick. Countdown to the number one pick. It'd be that.
My game previews would all be countdowns too. All right, this is. We got 16.
Adam Gase. Thank you, Joey. Adam Gase was the coach, the bug-eyed coach. Yes, thank you. God, I couldn't remember his name. He just looked like he was stoned out of his gourd in that thing, and that's what Daniel Jones looked like. I mean, he looked petrified. And that was like a Zoom. That was like a Zoom meeting. That wasn't even.
That was a little. Scary is not the right word, but it was alarming. Let's put it that way. We broke Daniel Jones. He just looked like, oh my God.
Anyway. He had just taken Adderall. He was like, okay, hold on.
And it was funny all over social media. It was like, oh my God, what's wrong with Daniel? What's wrong with Daniel Jones?
Well, the list is long. Where do you want me to start?
All right. Last thing before we go, is there anything going on? And I don't see it, so I don't see it.
I've refreshed X a number of times.
Okay, good stopping point. So we were on way longer than we thought we were going to be on. We discussed a lot of stuff that they did, and they added 2 players while we were on, and that was fun. And we'll do this again. Yeah. So not as long. So we don't. Because
we don't start drive people away. Yes. So like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Comment, that helps with the YouTube algorithms and all that good stuff. These are too long. I mean, I could do it. These live ones, when we do this many hours, they're too long. The file becomes way too big for me to move it over onto Spotify. So I apologize. You're going to have to watch it here. But when we do the recorded ones, they're a little more condensed and they're easier to make the files and put them on Spotify.
Right.
So that being said, we'll wrap it up. We'll catch you again soon. And if there's any breaking news, we'll let you know. That we'll
Thanks
jump
for joining, guys, because you're helping us out with the questions too. So everyone who's participating, thanks.
Yeah, much appreciated. All right, everyone, have a good one, and we'll catch you again soon.